Good morning. What's up, everybody? How are you doing today? Welcome back to some more Minecraft. Now, exciting. I don't know how many of you watched 9 o'clock yesterday, but we got to show off the house to the boys. And we actually moved in. We added a bunch of furniture and stuff like that. So that base is basically done. But to start today off, we're going to hop on into it and do just some finishing touches, specifically some stuff like gardening and landscaping, and maybe bring that path around a little bit more. I don't know. Let's just jump right into it, shall we? Boop. Oh, buckets. Oh, right. Yeah. Sure. Okay. So I forgot the last thing that I did on 9 o'clock was we were working on extending the nether infrastructure. The nether infrastructure to the portal. So previously, we had this little access tunnel right here. And then on 9 o'clock, we added this. Good morning, Blue and Artemis Huntress. Good morning, Brooke and Scuba and Weekend Jedi. So you could see sort of the foundation of where this is going to go, right? So there's the main tunnel, and we go this way. You can see Uno was working on, like, literally just stopped. We finished the stream and logged out. And then you keep going this way, and then that gets you, boop, right to the portal. Good morning, Suno. And then here we are. So if you'd missed this on Monday, this is the little starter base that I made for 9 o'clock, and I am so proud of it. I love it so much. I think it's one of the cutest builds I've ever made. Like, look at this place, right? And then we added an interior to it yesterday with James and Uno. So check this out. Good morning, Mint Chocolate. So here's all the storage. So I had a little furnace, and remember how I was talking about adding a wall here? So that we... Was that a creeper I just saw outside? Good Lord! No! Oh my God. All right, let's add some lights to the to-do list here. Holy moly. Anyways, before that mild heart attack, yeah, so I added some cross beams, right? I actually ended up moving the door over. So previously the door was 3 wide, and then I made it 2 wide here. And that's just because it allowed me to add a bunch of depth to this wall by bumping it in by 1. But yeah, I actually love that I used brick here for the interior. I think it's a really nice color, and it matches with the wood palette really nicely. So you could see we added some support beams to the roof here and here. And then we added these shelving units, and this is all of the storage we're going to need for the entirety of Minecraft Through the Ages. So they're all labeled botanical, books, banners. There you go. If you're curious what one of every item in Minecraft is going to cost you, well, this. And a little bit of storage for us, and just to make some space kind of cute. And there's a little little attic up there if we wanted it to. All right, then we go up the stairs, and here's the staircase we made. And then a little nook and study here. And then this is James's room. Nice of James to decorate. A little bookshelf here, another bookshelf there, and a painting. And then this is up here is Uno's room. Pardon me. So Uno decorated a little. And then finally there's my room. And then I decorated quite a bit. So I added some shelving to the wall. And then a bed and some flowers. And of course, it wouldn't be one of my rooms if we weren't sleeping right next to a power saw. Commander Zelgoddess, thank you for the butter bean. That's amazing. I really appreciate the continued support. And the Chaos Queen, thank you so much for 17 months. Yeet. Oh. So there's not a ton I want to get up to right now. But the yard, you know what I mean? The yard just isn't quite there yet. So I want to grab some leaves, maybe add, yeah, we need to put cherry blossom petals back in there. You can see it looks a little bit bare currently. And then I think we need to extend this path over to the portal. So let's extend that the whole way. Maybe give it a little bit of a fence. Like, it's okay if it overhangs, provided we add just a little something beside it so people don't just fall off the edge. Seriously awesome job. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Again, it's, I think, one of the cutest builds I've ever made. And I think a little bit of landscaping will really help just sort of sell it. You know what I mean? So yeah, we need the path to, I mean, I guess it's fine if it terminates there. I don't know if we need maybe one more tree. Might make sense to have one more tree maybe right here that this door goes around. So we put like a cherry blossom tree there. The little spire is very cute, yeah. So the physical design was based off an Instagram post. If you watch on the YouTube video, Joe will include a link. I think I actually still have the photo open. Yeah, here we go. So this is off an Instagram post. And then we made a couple of changes as well. So instead of doing a gradient in the roof, we put a gradient in the bottom. We added moss to it. We changed the roof inspired by Revenant, made this beautiful Japanese build. So we used the deep slate and sort of the palette from that to switch it up as well. And then stuff like we changed the chimneys and some of the windows as well to sort of suit our needs. And of course, they didn't have an interior. So yeah, Death of Spam, thank you so much for 23 months. It's the last prime for a hot minute. Oh, fair. Hey friends, if you have a prime, use it on Surge. Oh, shucks. Thank you. Good morning, Nibbles. Good morning, friends. Good morning, Ibn West. So I need to head back to the base. And I need to get my landscaping box, which I think is just going to, for the most part, be... What do I need to landscape? I need leaves, and I think I need oak and or... Birch leaves are really nice. Birch leaves are really dark. So let's grab some oak leaves and let's grab some birch leaves. And then I've got all the wood I need here. We've got all the flowers we need here. I think it's just leaves. I think I have everything else we need. All right. Good talk. Once again, let me know how volume levels are for everything. It's a masterpiece, not just the house. Well, thank you, friend. Yeah, a little bit of smoothing needs to happen with the landscaping here too, right? All right. Put that away. There's sort of a Richards box somewhere. Obsidian goes in there. I've got my spawn set here, so I can go to the end and teleport back real quick. Hey, what's up, Tara? Thank you for that prime. 17 months. Been at home, kind of miserable with a stomach bug. No! But really enjoying the chill Minecraft vibes this week. I got you, friend. Rest up. Your belly feels better. Off to the night shift. Have a go on, Scooby. That is so many ghasts. What in the world? Why are there so many ghasts? What's up, Jessica? Let's do our neighbor a favor here. Move this over to here. Grab some fireworks while we're at it. Classic monogas nether, right? I didn't even think I was in a soul sand valley. It's just statistically unlikely. Mathematicians are going to be like, well, hold on. Something here doesn't add up. Wait a second. What is that? Oh. I don't know. All right, what we got? What we got? So, how are we doing for leaves? Oh. Hey, Lord Dern, thank you for 39 months. All right, so I got spruce leaves and mangrove leaves. What about other kinds of leaves? Actually, let's go bug James. 39 months. That's 3 baker's dozens. On Twitch, I like to call those gamers dozens. Let's get distracted. Good morning, Shay. Yeah. I really wish we had the proximity voice mod installed. All right. Wow, it's a good amount of random blocks. Okay, let's grab this. Let's find where James is. Where is James? All right. I'm helping. No, he won't win. He won't win. I refuse. Wow. These ghost blocks are unreal, eh? Oh no. Rude. Ah. 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 I'm kind of tempted for a second to take out his ladder, which would be so rude. It's going well. I started the nether tunnel last night. Your turn. I placed some netherrack. Wait, I built... There we go. Hey, what's up, Teen Troll OG? Thank you for 38 months. Is this what the kids call landscaping these days? Look at me removing and placing blocks. I don't think... Yeah. All right. Anyways. I can't just like have a big dramatic exit when it's voice chat. Tunnel into future chunks and hide presents for him. That would be very good. Like very, very good. I mean, we can find new and creative ways to screw with James. Oh, that's a cute bridge. Look at this. Oh my God. It's a good pond. My only critique, I would not put those lily pads in line with each other. Good morning, Lilith. What are all these job blocks? What are all these job blocks? Blocks. Why is there podzol? I wonder if he'd let me take some copper. Say it out loud fast. Job blocks. Spruce? Well, why didn't he clean it up? Why did he leave podzol here? I'm in a very silly mood this morning. Oh my God, a horse. Skeleton horse. Finally found a skeleton horse. Look at these llamas. I don't know why. I'm just feeling like a little agent of chaos this morning. Oh, I should put his blocks back. Remember I took a bunch of his blocks? Yeah, let's do this. There we go. Why does he have all these pumpkins? Where does he just keep his wood? Does he not have wood storage, chat? What kind of Minecrafter doesn't have storage for wood? Seriously, though, does he just not have any wood anywhere? In the wood storage? Where's the wood storage? Aha! All right, what color sign does he use? Is it spruce or oak most of the time? Let's use spruce. And then I need a bone meal and a glow ink. Where does he keep his glow ink? That's blue stuff. That's green stuff. Aha! Shoot, I lost the wood. It was the crafting bench, right? Yeah, there we go. Okay, good. All right. Where should we leave a sign? What a stupid wall. Never again. Here. All right. We need to say something along the lines of, you made this? I made this. Oh, actually, you know what we do? You know what we do? What does it say on this side? What a stupid wall, James Turner. What a perfect wall. Serge Jaeger. Completion date. Completion date. Today's date is June 28th, 2023. You're welcome. Awesome. Perfect. Hit it with this and a little bit of that. Perfect. Oh, I made a mistake. Hold on. Oh, right. What do you hit it with? You hit it with wax and they can't change it? I think that's how that works, right? Where do you think he has bee stuff? In the bee box? He has a bee box? Why? Why the eggs, James? I'm so confused. Yes! I think it's beeswax? For pie? Doesn't he buy it from villagers? Yes! Ha ha! He can't edit. Nope, this is a private server, Nick. My source of food is pumpkin pie. Can't you buy that from villagers? Yeah, what is this, a Wheeler stream? Bit infringement on Wheeler, SMH. Wait, SMH. There we go. Good morning, Mr. Gibberish. Oh no, it's fine. It's fine. Oh, he saw the sign. Oh no! I'm just so happy. Good morning, everybody. How are you doing this morning? Word Nerdify! Thank you for 27 months of tier 2. Like, when was the last time we just played with James, you know? Do I have any tasks today besides bugging James? I had a whole day planned out. This was way funnier. Oh, I stole some granite. I'm sure he won't mind. Oh. Good morning, everybody. Did I do a whole... Well, no, I mean, this. Mine o'clock doesn't count. You all know mine o'clock doesn't count. All right, so I need shears. Oh, my bone meal is gone. I've got shears. I have an axe, which is great. And then I brought all the bone meal. Heck. Oh, this is fine. There we go. Tell Uno that. I like Uno. What do I have to tell Uno? Wait, that's spruce. I need birch and oak. Birch and oak. All right. Mine o'clock is business. This is pleasure. I like the way you think, Ivan West. Ooh, I almost did it perfectly. Why is that all dirt? Rock. I know it. Yes. Let's chop these down for starters. Oh, by the way, I found a situation where I knew I needed to have a regular axe instead of a silk touch axe, and it's specifically because off stream I decided to stock my shops, which was something I'd asked people to remind me to do, but it's okay because I already got it done. And when I was trying to do mass amounts of villager trading, I realized that I couldn't break the, I'm so bad at English right now. I couldn't break all of the saplings that I needed to break, or pardon me, the bookcases for books for the villager trading loop that I had. And I was like, right, that's why I never put silk touch or whatever on it, you know? What's up, Mandy? Sorry to hear you're homesick today. Mr. Gibberish, thank you so much for 17 months of support. 17 is the only prime number made of 4 consecutive prime numbers. Every other 4 consecutive primes are even, and thus not prime. Neat! So you could say it is the Omega prime. All right, I need my shears. Hey, Nick. You got, you're on your like 3rd warning, my dude. Be normal. Be chill. You're welcome to hang out. Don't be weird. Mr. Pinchy. Nibbles, thank you so much for the $10 dono. Don't forget to stock your shops and for my iPhone. Thank you very much, friend. Ugh, I don't know why that really cracked me up. How's everybody doing today? You having a good day? Is everybody chilling and partying like rock stars? What did I miss with James? Oh, just perfectly ordinary James stuff. We just went and said hello. He's a weird dude. Today's a better day than yesterday. Yesterday was super stressful. I'm sorry to hear that, but I'm glad today's going better. I got so much done yesterday. So we just got back from a week-long vacation, and I put together a to-do list of things that I had to do yesterday, and it almost broke me. Like, you ever make a to-do list and then you look at it and you're just like, oh God, what have I done? That was, oh, do I have a bed? Am I a genius? Yes, God, I'm so smart. There are 14 things on my to-do list, and so I'm gonna be honest. There were 2 things I needed to. We're trying to like downsize a bit, and I didn't want to, or I wanted to take some stuff to donate, and it got as far as my car. So we emptied out the storage room, and I put it in the car, but we didn't get it there. I'm still counting that as like close to the do part, if that makes sense. I don't know. Maybe that's cheating. Maybe that isn't actually done. You know what I mean? Sora, thank you so much for 30 months. You asked your wife to pare down your to-do list? That's kind of funny. Joe helped a lot. Oh my God. So one of the things that I had to do yesterday is, so in Canada, there's a little something of an is it an oligopoly? When a bunch of companies are the only people who have access to stuff, or is it an oligarchy? So anyways, all of the cell phone providers and internet providers in Canada. There's like 3 of them. That's it. These 3 companies basically own everything. And if you want a plan that isn't through them, well, too bad. And then recently, one of the big ones bought one of the slightly smaller ones. Well, it's not a monopoly because it's so like it's the same idea. There's like, if there's a king, it's a regent. If there's a couple of people who control everything by like a council, that's an oligarchy. It is an oligopoly. Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, because there's more than one. So it's not a monopoly, but it's dang close. So anyways, Rogers bought Shaw. And I needed to transfer my cell phone plan. Joe and I have our cell phones bundled together. We need to transfer our cell phone plans from Shaw to Rogers. And I don't know what happened. I don't know if somebody was just having a really bad day or if they were new or whatever. I was on the phone with this poor, extremely apologetic woman for like, I kid you not, 2 hours. And like finally after 90 minutes, she was like, I'm so sorry this is taking so long. Thank you for your patience. I'm almost done. And I was just like, you've been telling me you're almost done for an hour. Like this, I don't know what to tell you. Like, what is going wrong? Why is this? You have probably hundreds of thousands, if not millions of customers who are going to need to change their plans from one to the other. How is this process so bad? Ugh. Anyway, so that almost ruined my entire day. I was just so drained afterwards. Yeah. It was not a good day. Especially if you were that person. Eventually at one point, I just kind of wanted to be like, could literally anybody else take this call? But I also know that sometimes you can get in trouble if you're on customer service, if you're helping out a customer and they ask you to talk to somebody else because you're not helping them. I don't know. I didn't want to get them into trouble. So I was just like, I will just chill, I guess. Rogers once sent you 10 months of late charges on services that had been canceled a year earlier. Nice. Yeah. And you're like, hey, hello? Well, that's probably an easy fix. You're just like, yeah, I don't know. Mr. Gibberish, sorry to hear about the food poisoning. That's a big yikes. Rest up. Drink lots of water. All right. Not gonna lie, in my tired state, I expected actual gardening. We'll be getting there, Humph. So we just need leaves. We need lots and lots of leaves for the what's the word I'm looking for here? We're gonna be doing a bunch of landscaping and gardening at another place, but we didn't have the resources for it. So this is just some pre-resource collection, so we can do all that. Do I have a fortune hoe? I need a fortune hoe, chat. Oh, you meant like IRL gardening? I still think, I mean, I don't think you join a stream and expect, like a Minecraft stream and expect IRL gardening. Oh, wait, yes, IRL. Oh, sorry. I don't know why I laughed like that. I'm sorry. Yes, I could see. I get it now. Do I have an extra fortune book? I do. Okay. Fortune, efficiency, unbreaking, mending. Let's grab some diamonds here. Dig the trees deeper, but then it's actually, so yes and no, Lord Pie. Yes and no. Because if you dig it deeper, the extra work, the extra action of having to like look in the hole all the time to do it, I don't know. I don't love that particular method, but I see what you're saying. Fortune, efficiency, and breaking mending. Goodbye, anvil. That always startles me. Actually, while I'm doing this really quickly, let's grab the swift sneak. And let's finally put swift sneak on my pants. Protection for unbreaking mending. Yes. I have 34 levels. That should be enough. Protection 4. So swift sneak, protection 4. Mending, unbreaking. Swift sneak, protection, unbreaking, mending. Oh, I don't have I don't have a grindstone here. How do you make a grindstone? Slab, log, stick. Log or plank? Plank. Nice. Okay, good. It keeps its armor trim on. That was, I wasn't actually sure about that. Swift sneak protection. No! Guess who's home? What's up, Anime Kitty? Is it me? Because I'm finally back from vacation. You're talking about me, aren't you? I imagine you're talking about me. Hi, Anime Kitty. How are you? Yes, sir. Joy is talking about me. I assume every conversation that's happening in Twitch chat is about me. Oh, I'm so excited. Hey, huge shout out to Joe Kim, who got a Swift Sneak 3. Ooh. Look how fast I am. This is regular walking speed. Wow, really? Oh my god. That's actually quite zoomy. Joe's a great human. Kind of a fan. He's alright, I guess. Oh, sorry to hear that, Anime Kitty. It's okay. This is the chillest place to be. Yeah. All right, there we go. Diamond Hoe, Mr. Pinchy. Let's go. We'll be sitting in comms, and the topic always, how do we bring this back to Surge? How can we bring this back to Surge? Good question, Koo. Good segue, Koo. Hi, Leviathan. All right, we now have a Fortune Hoe. So I need a fair amount of saplings. Oh. Ooh. What am I doing? Collecting leaves. What are you doing? You having a good day? Are you chilling and partying like a rock star? All right, that's 20. It's kind of hoping for more, TBH. Is the hoe in my shulker Fortune? No, it's Silk Touch. Wait, if it's Silk Touch, then I could be using it instead of my shears. That was a good noise. God. But I still need more saplings. So I don't really have infinite saplings yet. So I kind of need to do like a round of collect saplings and then collect more trees. You know what I mean? Run a Fortune 500 company. What do you need leaves for? Stream title. Do people not read stream titles? Gardening. Gardening and landscaping. Oh, hi, sweetie. Yeah. I really want to make, I really want to make a tree farm at some point. I'm looking forward to Operation Industrial District. All right, once I get to about 30 saplings, I think that'll be enough to go back to collecting leaves. Got there, nice. All right, so now we switch to the Silk Touch hoe. What's up, Ink Slayer? Anyways, how's everybody doing today? I asked earlier. What's the best piece of news that you've received lately? Share your W's, chat. What are y'all excited about? Asking chat to read is like asking me to do math. It's after 11 for a lot of you, though. Sorcery TCG almost being your profession? Sick. Getting out of Florida, massive W. Congrats on moving. Excited for Starfield. Isn't Starfield like September? Hold on. Your partner's brother has 6 puppies? Oh my god. Alma, you know there's a puppy tax. Love it if you shared puppy photos in Discord. Yeah, Joe, yeah. That's so many puppies. Why do we need this many leaves? Well, once you start, I don't know. In Minecraft, oftentimes I feel if I need to collect a little bit of something, I may as well collect a lot of bit of something. Because once you start working and like grabbing a bit of stuff, it's just so easy to extend it. You know what I mean? So the idea is I'm probably only going to need like maybe 1 or 2 stacks of leaves. But I also like when I start the day to do like just a bit of a warm-up activity that isn't make fun of James. So I thought we could just hang out and just chill and chat for a little bit and collect a bunch of resources, you know? You're driving 400 miles across the US today, and I get to listen. Oh, you get to listen to me all day. Well, I'm very flattered that I'm your road trip company. Joe and I recently did a 2,000 kilometer round trip to visit family on our little week off. And one of the downsides to rural Canada is there is no radio or cell phone reception. So actually one great thing is we got to spend a lot of the time just listening to like CBC radio, which is great, by the way. What's 2,000 kilometers in freedom units? Sorry, I hadn't heard that before. Freedom units. Oh my god, right? Yeah, that scans. I don't know, divided by 0.6? 1.6 or whatever? Yeah. I think you have to do exclamation math first, Ink Slayer. Or the math bot to do it for you. Oh, I don't think that's right. Let's say like 1,300. All right, Koo says 1,243 miles, almost team order. Yeah. So a big trip, big road trip. 1,200 miles for you Americans in chat. It's too early for math. I agree. That's why I get chat to help out, Anime Kitty. Yeah, big trip. Big trip. Yeah, so anyways, lots of CBC News Radio. Got to listen to some fascinating stories. Big fan. Surprised I never heard it before. I'd heard it in other things, but yeah. Yeah. Someone who's driven across the states in order to move, you understand the joys and pain of a long road trip? Yeah, I think people not in North America are just always shocked at the distance you have to go. Like, I drove 1,000 kilometers one way. That's just the next province, right? It's not like I crossed Canada. I just moved over one province. Such a long time. It's a very pretty song, by the way. You had so much Burger King. Our road trip. Actually, here's a good question. When you're road tripping, what's your favorite place to stop? There used to be this one Greasy Spoon, like, gas station restaurant between Revelstoke and Sycamoose. That was legendary, and then it burnt down, which was very sad. That was my go-to place. But for fast food, there's nothing like A&W for me for a fast food road trip. Waffle House before noon. Okay. Oh, hello. Have you also come to help me collect leaves? Bad. I wanted helpers, not violence. Some people. There's a place with really good jerky on my way home from college, a gas station. Oh, nice. Very nice. Claim to be the best in state. I think if you're going to a place and it doesn't claim to be the best in the city, you're kind of missing out. Pretty sure every curry place claims to be the best curry place, you know? Voted #1 in the city. And you're like, by who? Who is doing this vote? All right, real quick. Wow, that's actually 8 perfect stacks. Let's do one more passive oak here. There's a gas station I drive past on the way to Vegas. It's like a Costco and a bodega had a baby. Oh, what's the name of that? Isn't that like kind of famous in the States, Koo? There's like a whole chain of those. It's called like Buc-ee's or something. Yeah. Oh, Eddie World. Oh, okay, okay. But I am thinking of Buc-ee's. Yeah. There's like this American road trip institution that people just love. Oh, it's just in Texas. Pardon me. Okay. A Southern tradition, though. Amazing. Your friend got a Buc-ee's t-shirt. I love that. I love that. Buc-ee's is the one thing you miss about Texas, and even then, still nah. Fair. Oh, okay. They're in Kentucky, Tennessee, down in Georgia. All right, so they're all over the South, not just Texas. Yo, fair enough. It's almost Canadian. They have a beaver logo. Canada should sue them. Doesn't everybody know that that beavers belong to Canada? It's a little insulted to find out that the beaver game was actually made by Europeans. What's up, James? Got good news and bad news? Start with the bad news. Do I have any tips on how to start streaming? God. Man, people haven't asked me that in a while. That used to be like a super common question. Yes, I have a tip. If you're on Twitter, check out Loco. What's her company called? So there's a streamer named Loco. Lowko. News, analysis, and advice for streamers and creators. And she started a company called Streamer Square. And literally her whole job now is telling people about the ecosystem on streaming, Twitch updates, tips how to get started, everything. Loco. It's like a tremendous resource that didn't exist when I started streaming 5 years ago. And I've actually been tempted. I mean, I don't know if I've talked about... Didn't I deal with you? Weird. Weird. Yeah, I've honestly been tempted to hire her for some like professional development and mentoring as well. Just out of curiosity, right? Just be like, hey, where can I improve? What can I do to make a better product to succeed even further? Because in a lot of respects, I've already made it. But that doesn't mean I can't do better. And like I'm but a small fish in the big pond. It was very interesting actually catching up with a bunch of friends and family this vacation. And in some ways being like, yeah, I get to work full time as a professional creator and it's really interesting. It's really, you know, creatively rewarding. And on the other hand, it's just like, I am baby. I am smaller than baby. I'm a nobody. How do you improve upon perfect? Oh, thank you, winky face. Anime kitty, Surge being perfect. That's hilarious. Wow. All right. Yeah, tip number 1 for streaming. Get mods that keep you humble. Oof. Hello, Brimathes. Ow. Poutine really is a Southern-style dish. It's odd it hasn't... I'm surprised the Americans haven't run with poutine. You really think the Americans would like it? But no, much like the beaver, it is ours. Oh, I had more of these saplings. That's fine. All right, let's bring all of this with us back to the new base. You have cheese fries? No, the cheese fries are but a pale imitation of the power of poutine. Now you want poutine? I also want poutine. All right, real talk. I'm in the midst of a 1-month-long get fit routine. This is, I don't know. Let's see how this feels. I'm going to try, not necessarily diet, but just like be more aware of what I'm eating. And I'm going to try and work out or do something, maybe not every day. So typically I try and work out and or stretch every other day because I spend, you know, like 12 hours a day in front of a computer and that can get really bad for neck and shoulders and stuff like that. So I try and be like pretty active and move, but I'm going to try and ramp that up. I'm going to shoot for, I think this is maybe not too ambitious, 5 days a week of activity. And sometimes the activity might just be like, go for a walk, right? Like I'm not saying I'm going to run a marathon every day because I understand that rest is important. Diets don't work anyways. Improving your eating habits and health is long-term better. Oh no, absolutely. Absolutely, absolutely. But yeah, that is on my to-do list currently. All right, first thing first, let's grab this oak and downsize it into here. So yeah, Operation Get Fit has started. Fitter. Operation Get Fitter. Right, I forgot the 2 log boxes go there. Man, I have so many shulkers to bring back after this. This is wild. Oh, man. Okay, it is time to start gardening now. And the first thing we need to ask ourselves is, what do we think looks better? Oak leaf or birch leaf? Which is why I grabbed both. We tried mangrove leaf before, and we didn't like it, which is why we went through all this trouble. All right, which one are you? You are oak leaf. And you are birch leaf. Hey, what's up, Chirple? Morning, friend. All right, so let's try a little bit of both here, shall we? What's up, B Gaming? Ooh, that's a good color. Pardon me. All right, so there's the first one, right? Blends quite nicely. And this is what I was talking about adding some leaves to sort of complement the vines. And then here's birch. So birch is going to be a little bit darker and try and help sort of contrast a little bit, pop a little bit more, you know? Like my Minecraft world. Thank you so much. All right. What do you think? Maybe a little bit of both? So the vote here is oak on the left or birch on the right. Oh, the house looks great. No, thank you, Anime Kitty. This is probably one of the cutest things I've ever built. So I like the oak because it does contrast. It pops a little bit more. The birch. The oak seems to blend in really nicely, but it also gives it it looks so much more vibrant, right? All right, oak. Birch too dark. You like both? Yeah, it's kind of funny. It does look like it's in the shadows. I don't necessarily know if I want to do a gradient out of the leaves, because that'd be a lot. Thanks, Coop. Oak has a better texture. Oak does have a better texture. It looks leafier and more alive, right? You know what? Most people are saying oak. It's either oak or both, and both is a lot of work. You know what? No, fine. You win, chat. I'll do a little bit of both, all right? I'll do a little bit of both. Let's see how that looks. That's basically disappeared. Turns out air pockets are actually really important. Like these holes do a lot of work when it comes to helping the leaves out, just giving the whole thing depth. All right, let's look at it now. Hashtag team not a lot of work. How dare you? It's so much work. All right. Oh, you're right, man. Why is chat always right? Those little bits of birch do add some like fascinating shadows to it. How dare you? Don't you ever? I told you so. Oh no. Wow. I just come back from a vacation and this is how you treat me? Unacceptable. Yeah, that's cute. Carpets aren't real. Man, Snurge with the real conspiracy theories. That's right. And anybody who disagrees is just in the pocket of big carpet. Oh, interesting. You can't put flower petals on packed mud. Oh. I agree. Boo. Boo indeed. Bone. See, now we're gardening. People were saying, I thought we were gardening, Surge. Ooh. The answer is we are. Cute! Do the flowers only go on grass and leaves? I can't put it on top of leaves. Maybe moss, but I'm not sure. Serge, you gonna love what I just made? What is it? Tell me. What did you just make, Anime Kitty? Yeah, I can't put it on top of the leaves either. Always trust chat, never trust chat. That's a good command. That's a good command. You know what? You're right. All right, so let's get some vines and stuff growing up the side here too. Yeah, you're so right about the... Man, turns out organic shapes are really challenging. But I also just love the idea of this, this gate being sort of like overgrown a little bit like this, you know what I mean? So the other thing I could be doing here, do I have moss carpet? Can I craft moss carpet? Can does this work? Ah! Time to hide our torches. This is an important part of landscaping, BT dubs. Hide your torches. Now, mind you, I could be using a more clever approach, right? Like, not a torch, for example, because torches do have particle effects that pop through, but this is still pretty good. The other thing we could do to sort of blend it in as well. So you can always do this too, just to sort of break up the texture. Right? Yeah, just add just a little bit of moss. So technically I could be using glow lichen here. Like we have a bunch of glow lichen, so I could be adding little highlights instead of stuff like that, which might make it look a little bit cuter, but I don't know. We'll see. It's a cool way to hide lights. Yeah, before you did this, you used to bury them under leaves. So you'd have like this and just like a light source hiding underneath it. I thought I had a bunch of glow lichen anyways. Where'd I put that? Moss, calcite, tuff, andesite, stone, dark oak, sand, bone, gravel. Leafy bits? Leafy bits. Because like a little bit of glow lichen might actually just look kind of cute in here, right? It'll be interesting to see how it looks at how it looks at night, you know? So anyways, more leaves. Right. That was the actual carpet covering something there, which is very funny to me. I'll have to remove all our shame chests at some point. Also, does it look really weird if the... You know what we're going to have to do? We're going to have to put, like, leaves and stuff otherwise, too. Is that too busy? Hold on, let's fly away for a second. Have I overdone it? I don't think I did, actually. I think that looks... maybe a little bit? But I think with the flower petals and stuff, making this look overgrown makes it so cute. I think we just have to make sure that we also have some leaves like around here as well. You know what I mean? The big thing that's throwing you off is the shulker and all the signs. I mean, that's fair. Yeah. Good morning, Ben Soloist. Hope you're having an amazing day. So these flowering azalea bushes are also so cute. And let's see, can I put, yes, I can put the flowers on top of moss as well. Pardon me. Do we have room for actual vegetable or flower gardens? So there's something that's very popular amongst builders nowadays is to have like huge fields of like wheat in front of it. And I don't necessarily think that that's what this build wants for decor. Yeah, like that in the front, before all the shulkers load in. That helps a lot too, right? And I still do feel like we want, we need another cherry blossom tree or two around here. Maybe like right around there. Maybe on the hill there too, we'll see. So I know, I know I wanted to extend the path as well. So maybe I should do that first. Did you know that in certain states, gardeners are afforded special protections under the law to landscape how they see fit? Despite what some homeowners associations would like, they are free to trim trees and bushes with impunity. Oh yeah. Okay. Thanks, Gunner. Good to know. Gunner with the tree facts there. I don't think I needed that one there because there's light right there. So let's get rid of that. Right. We don't really see the back too often. He says. Like, oh my god, look how cute this is. And yeah, we're adding just little bits of moss as well. Just to sort of break up that texture too, right? Because like look at how nice that blending is. How dare you, J girl? You're cute, boom roasted. Wow. Hurtful. What do we end up doing with that blank wall? Oh, on this side, we made, this isn't like a Romeo and Juliet style balcony, is it? What would we call that? I added a balcony so you could walk out and see. I think it turned out really cute. We just kind of winged it. Winged it. Where is this in relation to the dwarven base? Is that not the seed command? Am I no longer OP? No, I am. How do you slash seed? Slash seed. All right. So this is the continent that we've been on since 1.17. The Dwarven Kingdom is right down here. Like our starter base was on, I think, like that island or something like that. And we're in this snowy bit, which is like the only real snowy bit on the whole continent. The mine o'clock base is here. It's in this mountain cherry blossom way up here in the north. So I think it's 7,000 blocks away from spawn, so maybe close to 10,000 blocks away. We're at like positive 500, positive 3,500, and this is negative 2,500, negative 3,500. So it's quite far. Orca Orcanus, what's up, friend? Thank you for the 35. 1 month to go. You excited for your emerald bean? Revenant, thank you so much for 100 biddies. In Jersey, a neighborhood wanting a better sight line for New York City, cut down 32 trees. The fine of each tree was $1,000. However, because they're also required to place the trees with ones of equal age and value, there's no road to bring them in. The total bill was $8 million? Moral of the story is don't cut down other people's trees. Yeah. Oh my God. All right. I need bricks. James! Hi. Hello, pit crew. What up, everybody? Look! I'm decorating. I'm adding flowers and some landscaping and just trying to make this area look just a little bit more pretty towards the end. Because it didn't quite feel done yet. So we're going to be planting... Ah! Oh, God. We're going to be planting trees and making things look nice. What's up, everybody? Thank you for the raid, James. See? Doesn't that look good? Ignore that when you fly closer, all the shulkers load in. That makes it just a little busy. Red Jack, thank you so much for 40 months. Decorating like I decorated James's chunk today. Oh no, I gave James my A game. This is really just like my B or my C game in comparison. Hi, Vegetals. Thank you so much for 33 months. Feels nice and orderly. Thank you. Yeah, ignore the giant shulker mess. You really missed watching me build. Thank you, Jessica. Hey, go follow James. James is cool and funny and digs holes. That's the pitch. Do I need a magical shulker cave? No, these boxes are all going to get taken away eventually. Did I write butts on all of the signs? No. But that is a good idea. Now that's it. Wait, hold on. All signs are now double-sided. So in theory, I could. Wow. Man, 1.20 just added so much. Cool and funny and digs holes. Wow, James, you're right. James is just a prairie dog. That's what we call him, James Gopher Turner. Ghost Valve, oh my God, thank you for the 36 months, almost a year. You know what it is, though? It is an emerald bean. Hey, I hate to get raided and run, but I really have to pee. I'm doing a little bit of a pee dance right now. So let's go into our bedroom. Right through the window. Ow. Well, why'd I put that there? That was a mistake. All right, we'll go the long way. James promised to raid Chair, so we're all good. All right, let me introduce y'all to one of the most popular streamers on the channel, Chair. All right, Chair, this is your show. Stretch for time. I'll be right back. I'm so glad I muted before I bonked the microphone with Chair. All right, I'll be right back. Hello! I return! How did chair do? Are you all entertained? Got a bunch of stuff. Great word, Lean. Thank you for 125 chair babitties. Mama Tats, good morning, friend. Thank you for 54 months of number go up. And Rakes, thank you for using your Prime here to sub to Chair. Chair was saying the nicest things. Oh my God. Oh, right. This guy. Yeah, sorry. Everybody boos. It was truly magical. That's one word I'd use to describe Chair. Oh, hey, Serge. Did you come here often? Here's Serge. Stealing Chair's limelight. I know. Who is this guy? How dare he? All right, I want to make a path that connects to here now. So I need to grab the brick. By the way, aren't these mud blocks so cute? I need to make more. We're gonna need to make a mud farm at some point too. There's like a really interesting redstone machine that involves, it like throws buckets into your inventory or something like that. I don't know. I've seen BWO make one. It was very cool. The actual mud is also a great brown. Interesting. I assumed it was pretty dark, but you're probably not wrong. You can bulk farm cherry trees planted side by side. They'll grow worse than oaks, but will still grow. Yeah, they don't seem very bone meal efficient, which is kind of interesting. All right. So, this is fine for now. Let's make it 2 wide. Right? Is that cute? It's a little too straight. Maybe I'll just make it 4 wide. Otherwise, it just feels too small. More goo. During Pride Month, what a shame. I made that joke the other day, Anime Kitty. I was very proud of myself. I scolded chat. All right, and now I need, what do you think? Stair or slab? You think this is a slab staircase or a stair? I think a slab would be kind of cute, yeah. Everyone's saying slab, I think so too. All right, so let's try 2 things. There's thing the first, which is going to be, where's my stone cutter? Buckets. Ooh, a stair in the corner and slabs elsewhere. That's an interesting idea. How about a canal? Classic gunner. Classic. How do dirt paths blend? They're okay. I tend to prefer, I actually really enjoyed the little bit of spruce I put into it. But in addition to that, coarse dirt looks great. Interesting. You can't do packed mud. All right, good to know. Good to know. Gives the idea of some dirt buildup. It's just also important to break up texture. After like super long periods of time, just having the same texture, even if it is a little bit textured already, I think it just looks kind of flat. All right, so option number 1. Okay, it's pretty cute. It's pretty straightforward. Option number 2. Ooh, definitely don't like option number 2. I think y'all will agree with me on that one. Option number 3. Honestly, having it be really heavy brick, I kind of accidentally made a bunch at the top and the bottom, but that looks great. Especially that little bit of spruce, that like the spruce being here and here as part of that path. That looks, I think I oopsed into something pretty perfect, to be honest. Oh, yeah, Dark Abyss is totally right. The brick is directional, and the brick is running this way. Imagine if we could make the brick run that way. That's too bad. But I'm not gonna, I mean, we can't stress about that. It is what it is, right? So the next thing I feel like we need is something people do a really good job of is like defining paths with fences. Because it's very 90-degree angle right now. It's not very organic. But yeah. Hey, Shivam! Thank you so much for 52 months, friend. The whole deck of cards. That's what 52 is from now on, all right? That's too bad. That's cute. But now I feel like I need more of those trees in some other places too. Yeah, there we go. As just part of the path here, right? And we've got one there now. Oh, I love that. Huh? Hey, good morning, Insane Cat. How are you? So that's helping to give it like a little bit of structure. So if I were to put a wall beside this, what block do you think it should be? Also, I kind of feel like I want that. I think that helps a lot, TBH. Bossy cobble wall's an interesting suggestion, yeah. The roots of those trees will ruin your basement in 5 years. I'd like to think that this place has been around a little bit longer than 5 years. But that's fair. Right, I need a moss in here. That's what I need. I just picked up a flowering azalea. There it is. Do I need a light source here? I definitely need a light source here. Kind of doing like several things at once. In all of these corners. Like simultaneously mossifying stuff as well as lightifying stuff. I got distracted by putting down paths, you know? All right, have we buried almost all of the visible torches? Let's put one here. I just want to make it that when we look at it, you just don't see the torches everywhere. You know what I mean? Doing several things at once reminds you of your project manager stories. I mean, yeah. Oops. Yeah, that's cute. Look at this. What about a tree behind the house? Yeah, there's a couple more trees I want to plant, but I'm not going to worry about them just yet. Maybe I need to bury, I mean, another thing that works. Oh, wait, no. This snow melts, doesn't it? So it's not like I can put a torch under that snow unless I get 2 of it. But then this back area is going to glow. Mantifold, thank you so much for 35 months. Yeah, I don't know what the solution is for that, you know? Snow blocks are transparent. Are you saying that mobs can't spawn on snow? So are you telling me I don't have to light this up? What's the light level here, by the way? The light level here is 1. That one is 0. So I do need a light source here. Oh, light does not shine. Light shines through snow blocks. Interesting. Lantern hanging from one of the trees is actually very cute. It's a very neat idea. Honestly, that's way cuter than a bunch of torches everywhere, right? So like... Google says snow layers of 2 to 7 prevents mob spawning. Yeah, I don't have to go through and place that many, though. I know what you're talking about, though, Anime Kitty. Alright, well, now that it's nighttime, I can use this as an opportunity to see where I do have to put more torches down. More lighting down, pardon me. I need a better corner than that. This one. How dark are you getting over here? Are you at 0 yet? 2, 3, 2, 3. Whatever, I'll put one here. Is this vanilla? It is! It is vanilla. I'm gonna go ahead and say 99% vanilla. Oh. Oh. There's a hole there. Right, we're gonna make this a pond eventually anyways. Do you think a cherry petal farm would work similarly to a glow lichen farm? I believe so, yeah. Because the thing that you're trying to do is fairly similar. You're trying to like place bone meal on something and then like break it really, really quickly. You like that tree lantern? Thank you, Blue. Hello. They've just got like such perfect little nooks for lanterns, eh? I showed my wife what you're doing, and now she's demanding to do the same thing for your base. It just takes practice. It's not talent. I mean, I put in, oh my God, Cherry Blossom Bunny. I just put in a bunch of time practicing. And I also have the privilege and the opportunity to be able to bounce ideas off of Twitch chat. You know what I mean? Put that one up there just for some variance. I was not this good when I started 5 years ago. I mean, my whole progress has been documented, you know? How am I liking 1.20 Shivam? I'm having so much fun. This cherry blossom biome is just stunning and has given us the opportunity to make quite possibly one of my favorite builds ever. That, I heard you! I heard the sizzle and I was like, I'm not gonna get there in time. Ah, oh, man. Hey, what's up, Stiz? Thank you so much for 32 months. Hope you had a good vacation. I really did. Thank you so much. All right, well, mobs can absolutely spawn on the snow. Good to know. Good to know. Little drop creeper surprise there. Thank you, my dude. My brother just bought Minecraft Java so he can play with my nephew who's 5, and I love it. Yeah, I mean, one of the big themes this vacation was my friends and/or relatives being like, please talk to my children about Minecraft. I don't understand what they're saying. Shivam, were you here when I was telling the story about my my friend's kids building the Taj Mahal in Minecraft? It was absolutely stunning. You weren't here. Oh my God. So my friend has a 2-year-old, a 6-year-old, and an 8-year-old. And when the 6-year-old and the 8-year-old found out I knew about Minecraft. First off, they suddenly both started telling me about their worlds in stereo, like literally at the same time, one in each ear. I was like, whoa, you need to slow down. And one of the things that they had done as a family activity is they had this giant, beautiful Lego Taj Mahal that they had built together. And so the kid at his own devices, he's playing on an iPad on Bedrock with the touchscreens. He would walk up and count. He would count the dimensions on the Lego set and then built it in Minecraft. And when he first showed it to me, I was just like, did they like download and import this into the world? Because like, I don't know. I was like, Ruv, I don't know if you understand how impressive this is. Like, I have thousands of hours in Minecraft. And like, this is stunning. Like, this is wild. Yeah, just very, very, very impressed. Your son built the Zelda mech Van Nabarus out of Legos? Oh my god. Some kids are just mind-boggling, right? You watched your nephew play on his phone, honestly seamless. I was shocked at how dexterous, maybe that's not the greatest word, just how they navigated so well on those touch controls, which I did not expect. All right, let's add a little bit more moss in here, just to sort of break up the greens. A little too much grass. Also, I think the flowering azaleas look so cute here, right? Yeah, look at the lanterns on the trees. So it's kind of tough to see what we just did. So let's actually cheat for a second. I never set the time today, but I will set it tonight. So this is what it looks like from a distance, right? So we need a little bit more light here. But otherwise, I think I got all of the torches, didn't I? God, look at that. So the path obviously still needs a little bit of work, right? Oh, there's a torch right there. Oh, there's a torch there. And there's a torch here. God. Uh, uh, yeah. Rude. Where did you come from? Where did you come from? Oh, geez. Narnia, that's fair. Honestly fair. Um, hmm. In that case, we need a random lamppost. It's not a terrible idea. We're using dark oak, I believe, for fence posts. Does this look cute? No, it doesn't. On account of it not working. Noted. Hmm. Hmm. There we go. Geez. I have just so much junk on me. It looks fine, TM. Well, we could do better than fine, but that's fair. So yeah, we still could use the occasional fence. I'm not quite sure how I want to like landscape and clean this up a little. Because I do agree that it would look a little bit better if we had a bit of a fence, you know? Like, I don't hate that at all, TBH. Oh, right. I wanted to come over this way and try and hide one or two more of these lights. Like you are the problem. I will put you here. Torch, carpet. And then I'll put you here. Torch, carpet. Good morning, song. I'll put you here. Torch, carpet. I'll put you here. Torch, carpet. That's looking so pretty. That's looking so pretty. Oh, all right. We just need one or two more trees, and then I'm actually going to call this done. Oh, wait. One or two more trees, and we need to fill this this pond. You could put a retaining wall of wall blocks. So actually what I should do is I should do tough and whatever that's called. I should do this gradient here, holding that up. I should move that forward one block. All right, so first things first. Put my sleep. First things first, sleep. And then we have to clean it all up. Yeah, as you might have noticed, there's one or two blocks here, or one or two shulkers, you know? There's a bit of stuff. All right, let's put the leaves away for now. Simply incorporate the shulkers into your build palette forehead. So, I know there's some sarcasm there. I've detected the sarcasm. The problem with shulkers and build palettes is they're one of those blocks that unload the further away you are. So they can't actually be viewed from a distance, and as such are not good long distance blocks. SMH. All right, next thing I need to do is I need to put the dark oak away. I should be more memey about it. Actually, you'll find that you can't incorporate them into the build. Oh, I had a bunch of these already. That's exciting. I didn't need to make more. I had them already. Let's grab those then. All right, so I need this, and then I need tough and calcite. Nope, I don't need calcite. I need this and this and this. I don't need that because there's a lantern right above it. All right, let's see if that made a good change. I'm surprisingly organized for this build. Yes! Oh my god, I just need to change that block. This is something I started doing fairly recently, Anime Kitty. Was that literally all of my tough? Great. Was, especially for the dwarven build. Yes. I think that is such a huge improvement. I just need to change that dirt block. What do you think of that? Oh my goodness, that makes such a huge difference. Right? That's what I'm talking about with that retaining wall. Oh, I love it. I love it. And then what I can do now is we can grab some more of the fence. Like make an actual super cute fence out of this side, you know, instead of just sort of the broken one. What's better, honey Cheerios or Fruit Loops? Ooh, I was always more of an apple cinnamon Cheerio guy myself. which I believe is the statistically correct answer. Fruit Loop was a little too sugary for me. More of a Honey Nut Cheerio yourself than Fruit Loops? Yeah. Cinnamon Toast Crunch, then Apple Cinnamon Cheerios into Honeycomb. Interesting. Wait, you're just describing a gradient now. You're 100% a Trix kid? Interesting. Anybody have Count Chocula growing up? Any Count Chocula fans? I actually think this is supposed to angle in this way. All right, let's see if we like this fence or if it's a little too much. Oh, no, it's cute. Sorry, I'm okay. Oh, it's so cute. Look at what a difference that little fence makes. Okay, now the last thing we need to do, we need to clean everything up. We need to move these shulkers out, and we need to plant some new trees. Oh, actually, give me a second. I've got a couple more of these pink azalea bushes. Let's just plant a couple more of these in places. Pond. Pond. Thank you. Thank you. I forgot about the pond. I really want to compliment you on how far you've come over the years as a builder, being able to organically incorporate ideas into the build on the fly. Thank you. I mean, again, y'all have been here for the journey. You've watched and helped me grow, right? Like these ideas, yeah, they aren't necessarily always mine. I can't take credit for them. Well, all the credit for them. I can take a little bit of credit for them. Just a little bit of credit is a treat. Accept all credit, delegate all blame. I'm a genius builder. All rounding errors are Anime Kitty's fault. Done. Oh, God, that felt good. Oh. All right, let's keep putting stuff away. Oh, there's already trees up here. There we go. There we go. Boop. All right, time for a couple more trees. Just let me plant all these bushes first. What's this? All right. Okay. Man, this is gonna be a mess, that's for sure. So I need to put that in there. Just one more tree. I'm gonna fix this landscape, man. Just one more. All right. So that goes in there. Moss goes in the moss box. Green goes in the green box. Bone goes in the bone box. Moss carpet. Oh no, the green box is full. All right, next thing I need to do is... Wait, I'm not done with bone yet. I'm not done with bone yet. I need... Sure. Nope. It's literally the only box I can't remove. Is this even all gonna fit? Like, in my inventory? Oh, God. This is so many shulkers. I literally can't even pick it all up. You know what would look cute here? A hanging sign. So hanging signs are mega cute. My only critique of hanging signs is they don't have a long view distance, if that makes sense. So for hanging signs, if you aren't right up close to them, kind of like shulker boxes and other entities. Yeah, I think I'm doing a good job of describing the problem. All right, I need sapling now. I need sapling and I need bone meal. They work like signs, yes. All right, so first order of business. Where do we need trees? Water, crap. Let me, jeez. Let me make that first. Next to the, next to the pond. You're not even wrong. All right, let's do that first. So this is gonna be a pond. Water mechanics are still weird. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, you're absolutely correct, Genie. Water mechanics in this game are weird. So... you know what we need? We need lily pads. Does this work yet or not quite? Oh my goodness, it does. All right, so folks wanted some cherry blossoms around here. I think one here hanging that way would be incredible. These things are so bone meal hungry. Oh, right. Heck and butts. I remembered there's a couple of trees. This is a thing that bugs me. I don't know if it bugs you, but I don't like it when I can see dirt underneath the bottom of a tree. I feel like that needs to be extended down by one. Anybody else in chat do that as well? That's like, I don't know. I don't do it IRL. Like this one. So now I'm going to have to go around and check all of the trees. All right. So we planted one tree and we added the pond. Oh my goodness, that little splash of blue from this angle? Oh my goodness, look at that. So one of the things that we don't want to do is we don't want to obstruct the view too much, right? So we want to make sure that it feels like it's in a cherry blossom biome. Took a photo there without being completely surrounded. Like that feels really good so far. I do think the new tree needs to have a light source. And that was in the glass box, I believe. It had the lanterns in it. Because we had two lights there, and then we got rid of them both. So we need one there, possibly one there as well. It would probably bother me if I use the wrapping texture shader. I don't love the wrapping texture shader, personally. I just don't know how to turn it off. But like the grass on the sides is an optifine thing. The pink flowers are directional and grow in a predictable pattern. Fascinating. I was just kind of throwing them down in areas, but that's kind of neat. I didn't know they were directional. I didn't know that they grew in predictable patterns, like 1, 2, 3, 4, or whatever, you know what I mean? There's a light right there, whatever. You can make patterns similar to glazed terracotta. Sweet. All right, final question. Any more trees, or is this actually done? Because I feel like this might be done now. We could maybe stand to have a tree behind it, actually. Like right here. What an odd tree. You know what? That's fine. Don't want to judge, oops, too hard. Oh, wait, I could have one more lantern hanging from that one. Even though we've got a torch there, it's fine. You like to look at the saplings? It's a shame you can't force them to stay saplings. Yeah, I've heard a couple other people mention that as well. Oh, spider jockey. That's so rare. Look, chat. Goodbye. You know what? I'm gonna go into creative here. I need to take some photos of this. I am so proud of this build. I don't like tweet enough. Do you need a path down towards the landscape anywhere? That's not a bad idea. I had thought about that before, but I don't know. I kind of like that it has a path, but it doesn't necessarily need to connect anywhere because it looks like it goes off into the hill. The horse on top is so funny. I kind of like in the foreground here. I like this rock. Oh, let's get some of that pond in there too, though. Just try and block out that portal a little bit more. Oh! There's a block of flowing water at the bottom of the pond. Thank you, Avi. Yeah. Something more about the path? Yeah. So the issue with the path, which I don't disagree with, is there's only so much more time I want to put on this. And maybe if we end up making another shed, if we make another building or something, later on we can add to it there. The floor is great, by the way. Oh yeah, I never showed you this. So I made a new floor design. I just kind of winged it during 9 o'clock. I don't know. What do you think of this? It's light gray concrete powder, and then whatever this block is called. smooth stone. And it's not like a super complicated repeating pattern. It's like a little bit symmetrical instead of a lot of the organic stuff and blending stuff we've been doing. But I made it here, and I also made it upstairs in this room. And I think it's like, it's interesting without being busy, I hope. No, water lilies. You can take a pane of green glass and a waterlogged warped trapdoor with a fan on top. Oh, that's a good idea, Revenant. Yeah, I'd seen people do that too. Maybe when we start collecting water decorations for the base, we could steal a couple things. Oh, I'm so pleased with this. All right, let's do a dramatic flyby. Ooh. Wow. Dang it, Uno. What are you, why would you leave those open? Oh, did that mean my photos are bad? No, you can't see those. This guy. Oh yeah, little garden stuff there. That's the water lily. Yeah, so pink coral surrounded by lily pads, and you have it on a trap door, and then it doesn't die because it's attached to water. Love it. The windows are open to let air in. They're open anyways. They're the type of window that already lets air in. No. No. Nice try. But airflow surge? I mean, fair. All right, one sec. Bone. This was such a fun build. I'm like a little bit sad that it's over, but I think it's also, this is we talked about this on, I think it was Monday. What is our definition of done, right? How do we know when something is done? And you can tinker on things forever, but there's always a point where you're like, yeah, I'm happy with this. And I'm happy with this. Just checking my elytra because we're flying around a lot. Cool ghast here. Oh, by the way, the bridge that we have to make. One second. Now, I'm not going to check these just in case it has something we want for 9 o'clock. The path that we have to make goes directly between 2 bastions and right over a nether fortress. This is going to be so dangerous to make. Art is never done, only put down. Excellent quote, Blue. Anyone else think gas spawning rates have been tweaked? I've seen more in the past week than a long time. Feels like there's been a lot of them. But then again, Omdrastrix, maybe it was that they were very low before. I don't know. All right, welcome to everybody's favorite game, putting stuff away. Woo! I'm your host, Serge. And for the next little bit, we're going to be putting stuff away. Oh, how exciting. Where did calcite go? I'm going to assume calcite went with this. Yes. Ooh, not this game. What's wrong with this game? Everybody's favorite game. I said everybody's favorite game. All right, Wither Roses and Bone. So Bone will go here. Wither Roses go here. Simply build an auto sorter forehead. Excellent. Serge, you see the video of Green cleaning his shulker monster? Yes, I did. I mean, yeah, I watch a lot of Green. Green is one of my favorite YouTubers. I think he does a very good job of telling stories. As well as being a chaos gremlin. You don't like playing this mini game in your playthroughs? It can be very satisfying. I don't know. There's a lot to be said about being able to find your stuff. You know? All right, I got these 2 books. Where do I put books? I put them over here? Sure. And they were roommates. The roommates are still in there, by the way. That's what the creeper sign there is a warning for. Those are azalea leaves. That's fine. How do you get the torches with the frames? Great question. So it's just a matter of order of operation. So what you do is you place the torch first, then you put the trapdoor behind it, and then you put the item into the trapdoor. If you have the trapdoor, I'm sorry, item frame. If you have the item frame down first, you can't put the torch there or put it in it. So you have to go torch, item frame, and then item into the item frame. Thank you, Anime Kitty. You were right. Yeah, you're like, Surge is not saying the correct word here. All the items have to be found on 9 o'clock. There's if you're looking for like the specific rules for that challenge, you can find the information in there's a command that the mods made. Oh right, bamboo. More like bam buckets, am I right? Shoot. Well, put it here for now. Bamboozled. Yeah, that's right. All right, there's our tough box. 21 is full. 22 is full. 22 is full. Honestly, all this tough, huge for our build. All right, moss. Can you imagine if we didn't have enough storage room for everything in here after all of this work? The good news is I have a lot of shulkers to put stuff away. Oh, azaleas are going in here too. Okay, that's good to know. Same with rooted dirt. Okay, a lot of random stuff in here. Nope, never mind, I lied. I have the light box here under campfires. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, wait, I have room here. I have a complete empty chest. So I could move bamboo to here, or I can move the miscellaneous wood stuff to here. That's good to know. That's very good to know. I've also got those chests still. Okay. All right, what are you next? You are the miscellaneous box. Okay. So, concrete powder. Concrete powder. Iron. Iron, iron, iron. This This is another excellent new song, BT Dubs, if you haven't heard it yet. Do you plan on doing industrial quantities of bamboo? Yes. So there's two things. There's like the industrial levels of bamboo is just going to be the how to describe it, like the actual raw bamboo, and then there's bamboo products, which probably needs to go in here. But yeah, anything that is actually being made from a farm, like farm produce, doesn't flow to here. That goes elsewhere. Where does mossy stuff go? Aha! What do I do with this canal in a box? I don't understand. What am I supposed to do with it? Keep it? Display it? There's another Joe Kim prank. What a guy. Immortalize it. What if I immortalized it like they immortalized the ring in the Lord of the Ring by throwing it into a volcano? Yay or nay? And waste a shulker box. You know what? No. You're right. You're right. You're right. That would be a bad idea, Surge. Who wastes shulker boxes? Oh geez. There. Okay. And we're doing it. Step 1, build volcano. Not again. Oh god, not again. You think I am made of time? Alright, andesite. Nice. Gravel. Gravel. Nice. Oh, geez. You're a streamer? Barely. Barely a streamer. Stone. Good. How's that doing? Pretty full. Alright, and I've got bricks, which are going to go over this way. Wow, we're so close to being done already. Go me. Alright, so bricks go into the brick box. Neat. "24-hour live stream where you're building a volcano." You know what? I would I'd probably do a much better job building a volcano now than the original Adam Lavadan. We've just come so far since then, eh? Alright, now we're at mud. And mud stuff. Now I have Mangrovey. Son of Lavadan. Ooh, that's a good name. Son of Lavadan kind of cracks me up. Wheat and dead bush. Bricks for the brick box, skulls for the skull throne. Yes, indeed. 11:20. Wow. Right, the canal. How could I forget? Sure. Dead bush. Wait, I have books in here too? All right, we're gonna have to figure something out here. Well, we're just kind of reacquainting ourselves with the storage room anyways. What up, Yelk? Surge is back. Yeah! It's our second stream back. Our first day back was Monday. All right, so I have books here, which is obviously bad. Yeah, books. Honestly, books with the enchanting makes a lot of sense. Look at that! We put everything away. Fantastic. You know what? There's only one place that a canal deserves to go. All right? Go with me on this journey. Hi, sweetie. You want to start warming up lunch? Love you. All right, there's only one place this canal could possibly go. What does it keep not have a gorgeous library? I was thinking of adding it. It does make sense though, doesn't it? To have a big old library somewhere. All right, look away for a second, chat. Look away. All right, look again. Oh my God. It's the vault. With Mr. Piggybank the Third Esquire. There. Our canal can go in here. That's right. Climb upon your canal throne, Mr. Piggybank the Third Esquire. How'd I get into that vault? Extremely sophisticated combination of locks and puzzles that will boggle the mind. All right, now close your eyes. Close your eyes. All right, and the vault is sealed again, perfectly sealed. Good. Please call me Piggy. Mr. Bank is my father. That's fair. All right. So, the second big journey we have now, oh my God, is the beginnings of a series of industrial farms, the likes of which you have never seen. We have wheat and honey and mud and skulk stuff and amethyst. I think I spelled amethyst wrong, but I'm not entirely sure. Amethyst. There's the mangrove TNT farm. We also want other tree farms too. So I think the mangrove TNT farm has to be its own thing. So we need just a tree farm. Wow, I got all those letters wrong, eh? Amethyst, like that. Thank you, Yelk. So the first two farms that I want to make are going to be flying machine farms because they're so cool. And I haven't made one of those in a very long time. Goodness, I think the last time I made a flying machine farm was in 1.16. The flying machine sugar farm. And one of the things that we talked about, because I love this build palette, by the way, in this room. One of the things that we talked about is where it's going to go. And, ow, geez. Oh, not bad. And we were thinking of a little village that's going to go over here in this area, right? And so we're going to be making like industrial farms and all kinds of cool stuff over here. My flying machine farms break sometimes when we're loaded. Is that a typical problem? Yes. If you leave your farm on and you leave the area, there's a good chance that when you leave and come back, so on and so forth, that the machine can break. The solution to that is to have an off switch scuba so that the farm only runs when you know that you could stay and keep the farm loaded for prolonged periods of time. Was that the one next to the lighthouse mob farm? Yes, I believe so, Insane Cat. Yeah. You can make a farm for flying machines. Other way around, but yeah. Redstone builds that take up multiple chunks and have many moving parts tend to have that issue. Correct. Yeah. Takes notes, add a lever. Absolutely, add a lever. So one of the farms that I have been so excited to make for a really long time is an ilmango farm. And ilmango is a wizard. Is this the one here? No, this is going to take me a second to find the correct farm. Ilmango Sugarcane farm. I've been wanting to build this for ages. For ages and ages and ages. Yes, this is the one right here. So what it does, oh my God, look how cool this is. What it does is the flying machine, actually picks up hopper mine carts and flies with it. And then when you get to the end, it drops the hopper mine carts over to here and then sends them all back. And then it unloads. Oh, it's so cool, right? Look at this thing. And then there's the unloading area. And then the flying machine comes back and resets. All the hopper mine carts go back. And one of the reasons this farm works is they made a change where previously you couldn't break hopper mine carts. Like if you ever pick them up, they would separate. So there'd be a hopper and a mine cart. The hopper mine cart itself was never an entity. Another thing that this farm does is, check this out, it takes advantage of waterlogged leaves now. I mean, that's another kind of like minimal flex. You don't necessarily need to have it floating, but you can have that up in the air now. So yeah. We're going to need many resources. I wonder if you actually need mud for that or not. So this thing is so cool. I've wanted to make this for ages and ages and ages. Really killed myself with that James prank. Uh-oh. What are you talking about, Enemy Kitty? What did I do? Oh my God. Okay, it's lunchtime. It's lunchtime. Oh, Joe shared the clips. Right, I forgot to have allays too. All right, let's head here. Here's the plan. Here's the plan. Let's sleep. Let's have a lunch break. Let's chill. Let's chat. And then let's start operation like resource gathering and all the stuff that we need to do to get ready for a big project like that. So we'll see how far we can get today. And then we'll resume it all later. All right. Hello. Hello and welcome to lunch. Oh, you know what I should do first? I should tweet those photos. Because I don't share my Minecraft builds enough. And I'm really, really proud of this one. Right, I have so many accidental photos as well. Sorry. Hello, welcome to the exciting world of Surge deletes photos. If I have F3 open, I'm going to assume I didn't want to take a photo. Yeah, like why would I take a photo of that? Or that. Good job, me. Or that. Or that. All right, what's this? So that's an early version. I think I keep that just for posterity. What about this? There we go. Not yet. What about you? Yeah, that's a photo of a staircase. That's a misclick. That's a misclick. That's a misclick. Good. All right. So we have 1, 2. I like this one better than this one. Then we have some night photos. Should I have taken a close-up photo? I feel like maybe this is too far. I think this is really nice from a distance one, but maybe I should have taken a closer up photo. Or maybe no, when they're both full screen. Like this and this as two sides here. I could share these two. What do you like better? Do you like the one that has more rock in the foreground? Or do you like the one that shows more pond? Are you on team rock or team pond? Anime Kitty likes the pond more. Okay. Oh, everyone likes the pond more. Wow. Okay. So we have, this is photo number 1, and this will be photo number 2, because it shows the opposite side as well. Made. What do I say? How do I tweet, chat? Man, I'm so bad at tweeting. Really proud of this cute house I made. What's this button do? Check out my holiday pics. Yeah. $2 million Canadian. Hashtag Minecraft. What do the builders do? I don't know. Whatever, I'll just do this. I don't need, yeah. Felt cute, might delete later. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why this is hard. I'm like, on the one hand, I'm sharing it, obviously, making it live in front of everybody, but for whatever reason, tweeting about it feels like shameless self-promotion. Oh, James isn't on Twitter anymore. I can't meme on James. Whatever. Thank you. Thank you. All right, hello, welcome to lunch. Here's the plan. We're gonna hang out for, I don't know, 10 or 15 minutes, chat about life, the universe, and anything, and we get back. Right, I should, you're right, I should absolutely give some credit there. That's a very good point. Sorry, give me a second here. There. Okay, music time. Spotify can't play music right now? What? You lie. There we go. It's my favorite pop. I don't drink a lot of soda. If I do have any ever, it's probably Coke, but it's like maybe once a month. Not a big soda guy. Today's lunch, leftover Chinese. This is the black chicken from a place in town called Hong Kong West. And it is absolutely delicious. We had it for dinner the other night. And this is leftovers. You go for a cream soda every now and then. It's weird. I like orange fizzy, like not Orange Crush or whatever. But what's that brand called? They have the aranciata. Like closer to soda water than full pop. Maybe there's not a difference in those sugar wise. But I'll get that at restaurant, right? Like an orange fizzy over ice or something like that. Am I doing anything for Canada today? Probably just working. So San Pellegrino, yes, thank you, Tsurin. In the second week, like the second weekend of July. Oh, actually, it's midweek. I guess I'm only missing one day. Yeah. Thursday the 8th, I'm going to be out of town. I'm going to have to go to a funeral. Oh, God, the spice just hit me. What terrible timing. Ugh. I'm like talking about a funeral and all of a sudden I start crying, but that's because like heat just hit me. Yeah, it's very sad. One of my uncles passed away. And we were just in Calgary, but we have to go back to Calgary for like 30 hours for his memorial. Yeah, he was such a sweet man. And originally there was a chance that when we were visiting Calgary for the vacation, we'd have an opportunity, like things may have lined up such that his memorial would have been there, but they've decided to push it back a little bit because more people could make it. So we'll be flying to Calgary for a day. One day. Were we close? We were. Oh, it's so spicy. What a terrible thing to eat during this topic. It actually happened a while ago, a couple weeks ago, and I don't know. There's something very odd about grieving publicly. And I want to go back a step and say there's no wrong way to grieve. Obviously, like when you lose somebody, everybody processes it differently. Everyone wants to share it differently. I had a very hard time. God. The spice in this topic is such an awful mismatch. I had a very hard time wanting to talk about it at the time when it happened. So I didn't. And now it's been a while. But yeah, we were very close. He's a very, 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 very sweet man. And it's very sad. There's lots of different ways to grieve. Absolutely. I found out like 2 hours before I was supposed to go on Friday Night Paper Fight. Needless to say, I did not show up that day. And huge shout out to Robin Sorensen, who was able to take my place on like zero notice. People were curious how that ended up happening. Yeah, for people who watch a lot of lure content, they're probably able to sort of like, oh, that makes sense. Hey, what's up, Snack Pack? All right. What's a different topic? We're talking about soda, and then I hit us with something a little bit heavier. That was a good stream, actually. Yeah, yeah. No, Robin's a good guy. I really like Sorensen. He's a good dude. I wish eating out wasn't so expensive. I'd eat this every day. It's so good. Am I involved in the Moonbase reassembly at all? A little bit. I emptied one box last night. You know, no biggie. I ended up driving Kathleen home. And before we left, she's like, one box. And I was like, all right, that's fair. But I managed to... My vacation lined up in such a way that I've missed the majority of the move so far. I should try and help a little bit more. I've been really busy with personal stuff as well, though. There are a couple of big things going on in my life that I have not been sharing too much. One, of course, was the passing of my uncle. There's another big one too. I'll make an announcement at some point. Joe wants me to let you know it's not bad. It's not bad. So like, don't worry or stress. It's a good thing. Joe's like, people will stress surge. I'm like, that's fair. Is there anything I'm going to miss about the old moon base? Probably not. The new moon base is better in every way. There were bees in our roof in the old one. I'm going to miss the roof bees. Yeah. I think I'm going to miss the leak as well, you know? Bees are friends. I like bees in general. I like bees as pollinators, not bees as neighbors. You know what I mean? I don't know anything about the ceiling egg. You'll have to look at lure for stuff like that. I know it is planned to be safely transferred, but I have no idea other than that. No, they're literal actual bees. It's not a joke. Like, I think 3 times we had to get pest control in because bees had set up a nest in our ceiling, like above the bathroom. So you'd be in the washroom and there'd be bees crawling on the wall. You'd be like, I'm gonna die. They kept moving back in, Mr. Sarkan. That's just how it be. That's fair. Yeah, they're just living their best life, you know? But, yeah. Bathroom is a particularly vulnerable place to encounter bees. Makes me think of, what was it, Zombieland, when they talk about the worst place to encounter zombies when you're in the toilet. Oh. Yep. Are there particularly angry Canadian bees like Canada geese? No. That'd be cool, though. What was I talking about? Oh, yeah, I had my promise to basically say yes about everything for the new office because I didn't want to give away secrets. And sometimes saying no is also a secret. So things that I promised were going to be in the new place. There was the poutine dispensary. There was the chocolate fountain. All right, the chocolate canal. Because I don't want to give away stuff. So if I just say yes to everything, then you won't know what's in it. You want to get your golden goose magic card altered to look like a Canada goose? I love that. The beach zone, even better than the beach zone, Inkslayer, is there's actually a rooftop toilet that has no walls, so Beach can continuously enjoy a man's romance in downtown Victoria. We call that the beach zone. Hadouken. Graham spoiled the rooftop patio, but did he include the beach throne? I don't think he did. Wait, James is going to do a stream where he does an IRL hole? That's very funny and very James. How are the neighbors? I hope they're not bees. I don't know. I don't know the neighbors yet. You want a crap shot? Just Graham and I talking about all the things I promised. I wonder if people would donate more. Be like, Graham, on the one hand, I'm sorry I promised the beach zone. But on the other hand, people donated heavily for the inclusion of the beach zone, you know? That's too many caps. Rooftop patio. How do you get a patio into an underground orbiting moon base? You put it inside of a bubble. Serene. How big is the place? I don't actually know the square footage. It is large enough that Studio C can, like our old Studio C, can easily fit inside of the new Studio C with room to spare, which is very exciting. The emotes didn't work. If those are like BTTV emotes, I don't have that enabled. So that could have been what happened there, friend. Is it now large enough that Studio C is as large as it appeared on stream? Yeah, it's a different emote. No, I got you, friend. I got you. No Studio D. No, it's the same. It's the same. What's a good way to think about this? The same specs, like the same specifications in terms of the number of studios that we have, but better and smarter. I'm sure we'll do like a loading time or something like that that walks through and introduces all the spaces. Because we had that at the Moonbase 5 when we moved in, right? Is that a fancy way of saying that Studio C is bigger? It's like a magnitude bigger, though, is what I'm trying to say. Like, it's not like, oh, this is 23% larger than the previous one. It's like, nah. It's like, Graham did a diagram to show us how much bigger it was and had a, well, a diagram of the whole layout, the whole footprint of our current Studio C. It's like, this was Studio C, and it's like, and here's Studio C in our new room. And you're like, oh my God. That's substantially larger. What's the total in square footage? No idea. I don't know the new one or the old one. So I can't give you those numbers. Big enough for people to walk behind the camera of the AFK set. We could, so you're right. I guess we always had to kind of duck in front of it, eh? That'll depend on how it's laid out, but that's kind of funny. Walking behind cameras? Nah. How will we get the bead streak if you could just walk behind the camera? Do you like my ability to answer questions for 10 minutes without actually giving any information out? I'm shocked at my ability to very, very politically navigate all the questions to give no concrete answers at all this whole time. Maybe I should go into politics? No, thank you. But good suggestion. Oh, this new office is going to be great. It's bigger than the current one. How much bigger? Yes. How are the neighbors? Great. They are better and or worse than the old neighbors in a neighborhood that's completely uniquely identifiable. Like, oh, I can do a gaming keynote. Yeah. Maybe we're just asking the wrong questions. What's your social insurance number? Are you susceptible to any diseases? Right? Like, You liked how the new Studio C could fit inside the old Studio C? Right, yeah. New Studio C is large enough that it could eat old Studio C. It has so much size, you won't believe how much bigger it is. What? All right, give me a second, friends. I'm going to wash my hands. I'll be right back. We'll play some more games. Yo, what up? Chair putting on a revolutionary performance. Oh, I get it, because they went in a circle. I see what you did there, Anime Kitty. Very clever. All right, before we... Where'd it go? No, I closed the tab. Pockets. I have to... Let's watch this, Let's watch this tutorial together. All right.
Hi guys, welcome back. Today I want to share this cheap and lag-efficient sugarcane farm concept with you. It's also really fun to watch, so let's have a look and try it out. The first thing that happens is that we would dispense hopper minecarts, and they would be placed on top of those detector rails there. So they just go through the mud blocks, and then the next rail is pushed in line.
Okay, so the mud block is important. So mud block, I guess, must be like partially transparent.
Down, and it would land here on trapdoors, and a flying machine launches. So all the sugarcane blocks that are broken turned into items, and are immediately picked up by the hopper minecarts. So as you can see here.
What's up, far too much sarcasm? Thank you so much for the 52.
Dropped off. And the flying machine returns back. And again in a holding cell real quick, and then we have a repeater line here sending him off.
Oh, the repeater line on the top, it's so clever!
Yeah, and unloaded. So this is the 1.19 system.
You built one of these in Zelda?
And placed back into the chest here that feeds the dispenser. Alright, there we go. It's already done. So here you could now pick up your sugarcane or have this somewhere go to your storage. So the big advantage of this sugar farm concept is that it's hardly causing any lag while it's not actively housing the sugarcane. And it's also relatively cheap to build.
Relatively cheap to build, alright.
If you look at it, are just those couple hoppers here that would refeed the dispenser with the hopper minecarts. You could also
this farm is extremely satisfying.
Even further, but 3 hoppers won't cause any significant lag in the first place. So yeah, the big advantage is compared to older versions is that we can now store the minecarts in item form.
Have a good one, Duck Ace.
Open all the time. So if you break them, instead of dropping as a minecart and a hopper, now we get the hopper minecart. It's also relatively cheap to build this farm, especially if you would make it even larger. So I kept it relatively
Yeah, you can
small
extend it
here,
longer if you
but
need
you can
to.
easily just make it longer, and then the only effort it would scale up would be placing
Could
dirt
you
and
also do this with
sugarcane
bamboo? You
and
might get more
some
lag. The
water
issue with
source.
bamboo
Just
grows so
put a couple
tall
of leaves now, just
that when it
basically
goes to
keeping it
break it, it
out.
might still be
It's
falling
also
by the
really
time the fly
convenient
machine
that we
passes
don't
by,
need
and
to
as such,
place
it
a
wouldn't
ton of
collect as many
rails here
items.
under the
And then all those
for the
entities
hopper
would cause a
minecarts to
tremendous
collect
amount of
items.
lag.
You just place the minecarts on the flying machine directly. And of course, we don't need a ton of one-wide tileable unloading systems, so all the minecarts get unloaded by just a singular minecart unloading system. So this could be the perfect type of farm you could build in your
What triggers the
farm.
harvester? So far, a button
This is
push.
hardly causing any lag, so in case you
But
want
you
to
could
have a
put
lot
it
of
on a
output
timer
in
as
place,
well.
this would be the perfect design for it. So I also made sure that it's easy to expand, so there's no inherent logic that would restrict it to being 24 wide. So I'm using 2 flying machines, but you can just use
All right,
one
notably
flying
24
machine. So the
wide.
flying
Okay.
machine pushes here in front. Don't need to be 6 wide. You can also go a bit smaller if you want to. So you can build this basically in any size. Yeah, in length you can always expand it as well. Okay, so the only thing you need to make sure is that you have enough storage in your chest here for the hopper minecarts. But yeah, that's about it. Apart from that, it's easily tileable. We can also check it out. Also added a clock for it.
There you go. There's a clock you could do if you want to make that work. The clock is currently off. This is a etho hopper clock that goes back and forth.
Items in it, and then
3 stacks. Okay. And then, yeah, that would start it as well.
Okay. Let's actually
Will this farm work with bedrock? No idea.
it works. So the first thing we actually do is basically retract this piston. This allows the sticky piston here to push up the observer. Then we create an observer clock that would trigger the dispenser every 8 ticks. Okay, then we just dispense.
Oh, he actually paused the game so you could see. Oh, that's so clever. God, he's so smart.
So if you stand on it compared to other blocks, you sink a little bit in, which is really important, yeah, for this rail trick. So if we go over here, I can show it off real quick. You have the hopper minecart, top of the mud, you have a rail below. Remove the top rail here, then just sinks through. Okay, so when it sinks through, it lands here on the detector rail. This triggers the sticky piston here, which would push out the next rail. And if the minecart will drive off again, this causes the sticky piston to retract the rail again, so it's ready for usage for the next time. Okay, so when the last minecart arrives at the end, then we just trigger this redstone dust line here, which opens all of the fence gates, all of the trapdoors. And then the minecarts can go through. They would then just drop down here perfectly on top of the trapdoors. And yeah, here we just also launch the flying machine. Let's just trigger this redstone dust line.
Ah! Oh, it's so cool.
The flying machine harvests all the sugarcane. It's actually also really nice to watch. It's like a harvester, very similar to it. So at the end, because of the push limit.
Yeah, things that are really important for this farm are mud blocks, the interaction between mud blocks and how the hopper minecarts fall through it, and the fact that 1.19 allowed hopper minecarts to be an actual object that exists in chests, because that wasn't there prior to that.
Okay. So in case you're actually not using a 6-wide pusher here in front, you would also need to use some obsidian blocks here in the back to just stop the flying machine. But yeah, push limit works out pretty nicely. So here we just use 2
Need a link for this? Yeah, of course.
Unloader. Just a technical reason, if you would have the first one directly pushing to the side, then it takes a bit longer to actually get rid of the minecart. And while a hopper transfers items, it can't pick up items from above.
That's fascinating. I didn't know cauldrons work that way. That's so wild to me.
Immediately sucked up, but
So once again, the item falls through the mud, falls through the cauldron.
8 ticks instead of after I think 15 or 16.
Like, that interaction's wild to me.
This makes it a little bit faster. So one thing you would need to do in case you want to increase the width of the farm, this would be to
No, we don't care about the width. That's fine.
More proper minecarts.
But whatever.
Right now it's 24 wide, so we got 9 plus 4 plus 10, 24 minecarts, of course. Unfortunately, there's one downside. Because of the rail and minecart behavior, the farm is directional, so you should build it facing east.
The farm is directional.
Build it facing west. So the reason why it has to face this way is minecarts have the tendency to push each other if they're lined up the north-south axis. So as you can see here, actually the game is frozen. So
oh.
see the minecarts push each other. And that's quite annoying. And yeah, even if you would drop them down here, they would line up nicely. You can also place some blocks here on the side, show this off this direction, and why this is so annoying. So here they would just push each other.
Wow.
So this is important for them.
I'm so glad we actually watched this with the audio on for once. Imagine if I made this wrong.
Facing east, this rail behavior is also directional. So
How did anyone understand that? Because dude has done so much work and he's gotten burned by it before, you know?
Might need to either place this on the other side in case you build it the other way, or you can also just, in case they go the wrong direction, just have them all go this way and then loop them around to go this way. Alright, but if you mirror this farm, it should also be fine. Oh yeah, one more thing in case you're curious, a farm of this size here, which is definitely not gigantic, would produce around 1600 sugarcane items per hour.
1600 an hour.
So I'm also using the 41.
What's that in stacks? Can somebody do exclamation stacks 1600?
Something like a 5-minute clock would get a tiny bit more. Alright, so that's it for today. In case you want to check out the farm.
25 stacks. So it produces a chest an hour.
And see you next time. Bye bye.
Why do you need this much cane again? One, because I just think this farm's really cool to build, is the most important one. This farm is just so cool. Right? Like that's the main reason, because I want to. And two, you can make sugarcane into fireworks. So Joe has a sugarcane farm. Hold on. PSA, this farm isn't actually directional. The minecarts don't repel each other when they're on top of the flying machine. Oh. I like the idea of this farm's length being measured to fully feel each hopper Minecraft on a full harvest. Wild. All right, does somebody in here have a list of all of the materials? Hey, Lady Mix, thank you so much for 11 months. Never even made a firework before? Yeah, it's if you do elytra stuff. So I guess I kind of just wing it. Cool. We can just wing it. Why not? What's the worst that could happen? Yeah, there's two types of farms you can build in Minecraft. There's the type of farm you can make because you have a large project and you need to collect all the resources. And there's a type of farm you make because you just want to make the farm. Because the project is in itself as rewarding as the output. And for me, it's a little bit of column A and a lot of bit of column B, you know? You know the length? We know the width. I don't actually know the length. The length, I think, was just kind of made up. So we can figure that out. Was there a link in the description? So in the description, I believe what they have is a world download. So you can see how the pieces mix together, but not necessarily a list of everything. But yeah, we can just wing it. We can just wing it. Oh, this is one of the examples of if I had set up. Oh, I was like, why is it so quiet? If we had set up Limatica, right? I mean, this farm doesn't look too hard, so I don't think we'd have to worry about it. But we were talking about for large redstone contraptions, downloading them into a creative test world and then importing them, because that gives us that whole list. But I haven't learned how to do that yet. Actually, if anybody in chat, if anybody in this community knows how to set up Limatica, could you throw that information into Discord for me? Yeah, ilmango also doesn't do tutorials. Ilmango is more like, here's a thing that exists, bye. Those are some really cool fake doors. Thank you. Yeah. I'll give you a closer look at them. So we did whatever these things are called, grindstones, to sort of show, to like imply kind of emotion, right? And then buttons, and then the teeth of the stairs are actually lined up in such that if the door is closed, it would form a seal. A little dismayed that ilmango doesn't show you how to build anything. Yeah, ilmango is busy theory crafting and doing video treatises on here's a mechanic and here it works, as opposed to a like, the how and the why, but not here's how to build it yourself. And I kind of appreciate that, because he just kind of unapologetically is like, this is the information in the videos that I want to share. All right, let's grab some shulkers. Let's assume that 6 ought to be enough. All right, so things that we know we're going to need. We're going to need, let's find a nice cross section. Oh, goodness. Please. Sure. All right, we're going to need 24 mud blocks. I believe there's only mud on one side. Now, you know what? Let's just grab stacks of everything. Stack of mud blocks. And actually, the other thing we're going to need is our redstone box, just to make sure it's got all the materials we need in it, right? That only has a stack of observers in it, and I feel like that's not going to be enough. It also has... Ooh, geez. Let's stop by the slime farm really quick. All right, we have honey blocks. We don't have enough slime blocks. We don't have enough sticky pistons. All right, well, never mind. I have more there. That'll do for now. All right, so that should be enough sticky pistons, I hope. I think we only need 12 honey blocks, so that should be plenty. So here's a question. There's obviously mud here. Is there mud at the receiving end? So that's the departure end. We're going to need a bunch of observers, but that's fine. Right. 6, 6. Yeah, that's fine. Man, is that enough slime blocks? So the flying machine itself is only slime blocks. There's 2 of those. All right, here's the receiving end. No, that's the, yes, that's the receiving end. We need a bunch of, you know, let's do the exact same thing he did, even with the, even down to the color. So that's the netherwood gate. Here. So that's 24 gates. Oh, wait, are there gates at the front section as well? Is it 48 gates or 24 gates? So on this side, it's trapdoors, not gates. Okay. So... 24 gates. Gonna need a bunch of rails, including 24 detector rails. That's a problem. How do you make a detector rail? Detector rail. Oh my god, it's a stone pressure plate. I would have never guessed that. So 4 stones. No, I think you need 2. So 8. Detector. All right. 4, 4, and a bunch of iron. Okay, 24 of those, 10 million powered rails. That is not enough. It's not enough at all. But yeah, let's grab this. And we need a bunch of iron. A bunch of mine carts. Let's just craft those all there. So I'm going to need 24 hoppers and 24 mine carts. So let's just grab a stack of iron blocks. That'll do. Put that in here. Then 24 hoppers as well. And this bamboo farm cannot come soon enough. Should add iron farm to the list as well. Okay, that's 24 specifically for the mine carts there. All right, and let's do... I can't imagine we need more than 5 stacks of powered rails. So powered rail, I believe, is gold and redstone and stick. Gold and redstone and stick. All right. Oh. That's only 3. I said 6 stacks? Sure, let's grab another 32 redstone. There we go. Chat is a bunch of observers. Technically true. Stack. Stacks, but shouted to the shots song. I like that. Oh yeah, speaking of a library. Man, I don't know when we're going to do this because this museum build is going to be so big. But it would be pretty cool to put like a big library maybe through that entrance. We also don't technically have a bed anywhere in this build, which is very funny to me still. We just don't get to sleep ever. All right. Provided we have, let's bring 3 stacks of observers, question mark? We bring 3 stacks of observers. I feel like we'll have plenty. Observer is quartz and stone or something? Quartz and cobble and stone. So I don't have a lot of redstone. Huh. Anybody say which farm? Isn't there a secret compartment? Yeah, that's not a bedroom. This is not a bedroom. Hold on. Time out. Time out. This is not a bedroom, you know? Technically, yes, there is a room that has a bed in it. I would hesitate to call this a bedroom, though. If only we had a witch farm. We could get sugar. I know. I know. Makes me sad as well. How could we leave this farm in such disarray? Yeah, the reason that doesn't count as a bedroom is no window. Everybody knows it's only a bedroom if it has a closet and a window. It's more of a cask of Amontillado. Yes, well, that's a problem. All right, each one of these requires 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 3, 4, 5, 6. And this should give us 2 stack of observer. There we are. That should be plenty. I don't actually know for sure, though. That does, however, free up another shulker. In theory, we could go buy some cobble from the cobble store. Can you have a window underground? No, which is also a big problem with fire safety. I know. Huge problem. Do I have more honey or no? Not really. All right. We got our powered rails. I do need, at the very least, 24 iron trapdoors. That's 2. We need to do better than that. Bee farm, eventually, yeah. Need 22. There we are. 24 of these. We got lots of torches on us. Yeah, our redstone box should have enough of the other stuff that we need. All of that. So that's powered rails. We need buttons. Buttons are pretty easy to get. That's a hopper redstone clock. We've got a stack of cauldron. We've got the iron for a cauldron. That's 1 more mud block and an amethyst cluster. Okay. Pardon me. Oh, I put a whole stack in there, so we're fine. The amethyst cluster, though. Nice. All right, let's grab a couple just in case I break one. Some jurisdictions will allow for no window in a bedroom in a single-family residence if there's a secondary exit. That's true. Who was I talking to? I was talking to somebody the other day about how a lot of new places won't allow for basement bedrooms if they don't have a window that allows for escape in case of a fire. And so what you end up having to do, it's like if this is the grass level, right? And you know, and this is your normal house up here, right? And if you have a basement down here, what they do is they like dig a window in like this, just like a half window, so that light gets down into there, but it's also so you can escape. Your house has those? Yeah, so that's how you get like the basement window sort of thing. Also, you like my perfect house? Stop making perfect representations of my house? Yeah. That's called an egress window. Thank you. But I egress. Or like a window well? Yeah, for sure. I like how I put down... Oh, you know what I need? Oh my goodness. You know what I need? Stacks and stacks and stacks of sugarcane to plant everything. So we need sugarcane to plant. We need dirt to plant. We need leaf to flood. So I believe we can waterlog mangrovey leaf. Let's test it. Yes! Oh my god, isn't this so perfect? So waterlogged leaf is another new. Was this a 119 or 120 feature? So you can waterlog a leaf, and that's great for crops, and it also doesn't spill everywhere. So in addition to that, like it doesn't leak out the bottom either, compared to like waterlogged slabs and stuff like that, which just make a giant mess everywhere. It's not true. What's up, Crowderona? Boom, 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 boom. Crowderona. Ooh. Are there monsters in my castle? Yes, I have roommates that are living behind that wall. There's a creeper and a zombie. They're best friends. All right, we got dirt, we got sugarcane, we got waterlogged leaves. We've got trapdoors, we've got mud, we've got an ungodly amount of observers, powered rails, and sticky pistons. And observers. We have a ton of observers. We don't have any blocks to build the farm out of. I mean, I kind of like white concrete. You know what? Why not? We've got the white concrete. Anyways. I feel like I need just a little bit more. 8 will make me 1 stack. That's not enough. Let's go for 4 stacks. 4 is 4. $32. Hut. Apropos of nothing, Wheeler taught me how to play Canlander this weekend with Hoof, and I'm in love. Yo! Wait, where did Wheeler go this weekend? Oh. I mean, I did say I only wanted 4 stacks. What am I doing? Let's make a little more just in case. There. Wheeler went to school? Sounds more like Shivam went to school. Highlander School. With Professor Wheeler. Came out of it with a minor of Canadian Highlander and a major in eggs. Wheeler and I we're nowhere in particular doing nothing that can be spoken about yet. Perfect. I'm glad you had a good time on this imaginary trip. Winky face. All right. Sorry, I'm in a very silly mood today. All right, I need a couple of levers. I need a couple of buttons. Sure. I don't know. Let's make 16. That sounds stupid. So that's there like that. Then I need a bunch of netherrack just to use as a building block, like a scaffolding block. What? That makes way more sense. Wheeler told us what city he went to. I don't want to hear it. No spoilers. No spoilers. You might know, but I don't. I don't want to know. Looks like I use an slab there. Let's grab a couple of those just in case. How dare you? Is this modded? Nope. This is vanilla. Pretty close to straight 1.20.1. What do I have that's not vanilla? I mean, fire tick being off, I think, is vanilla. Enderman griefing is disabled. Vanilla plus. There's some vanilla tweaks. But I would still call this overwhelmingly vanilla. All right, finally. Anybody think we're missing anything? Posted some links to get you started on Limatica. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Optifine. You're right. I do have Optifine installed. Optifine is not vanilla. Oh, I'm going to need a bajillion observers. How many observers do I have on me? 2 stacks. That's probably enough. Overwhelmingly vanilla sounds like a great flavor. I can't believe it's not vanilla. There's water. Water's fine. This notably does not include a storage system. I need a... That's a note block. Oh, what's that? That's obsidian. So we need some obsidian for the flying machine. We need a note block for note block stuff. All right, we got note blocks. We got that. We need some obsidian, which I believe I have in this box. I believe this box has obsidian in it, in case I ever got stuck. Nope. I believe this box has obsidian in it in case I ever got stuck. Nope. I believe this box has obsidian in it in case I ever got stuck. See? Told you. First try. My wallet's getting pretty empty here, though. All right, real quick, chat. Help me out here. Is there anything that you think I am currently missing that I need to bring with me? Do I have all the information? Do I have all the pieces? Is there anything I don't have? Why is Snurge texting me from Fuji's number is a great question. Oh, I don't have the glazed terracotta, of which I think I need a couple on one end of the flying machine and a couple on the other end of the flying machine as well. Should I try a world download? How do I do that? World download for viewer use only. What does that mean? So hold on really quick. When you install something like this, is it just your saves folder? It is just like that, eh? Oh, Fuji's here. Sorry, I'm contacting the phone company. No idea how Snurge got access. What's up, Fuji? How you doing, buddy? All right, so if I go like this, 1.19 sugarcane farm. I'm hoping it doesn't break because we're in 1.20. It'll yell at me. Oh my God, it just works. Hey, all right, well, this is super cool. All right, so we can actually fly around. Oh, we can actually fly around and see exactly how these machines are made. Oh, God, I love this. All right, so we need like 4 of these. Okay. And what about on this side? So this is neat. The amount of trust that ilmango has in himself. There's no obsidian. So what this does, if you're curious, these blocks are immovable objects. So if a flying machine encounters them, they'll just stop. So these are made to be little gates to stop this and to stop this, just in case anything goes wrong, so it doesn't fly away forever. But on this side, ilmango has so much confidence in himself that he didn't make a stopper. Instead, all he has is this piston. And the way the piston works, and I believe I might get something wrong, but what I think is happening is these observers, as they're flying, will notice when they fly underneath. And this observer will see. So the observer will power this block, which will extend this piston. And when this piston extends, the other observer will be right here. And that'll cause it to turn around. Isn't that cool? Isn't that so cool? So yeah, to demonstrate. This is so cool. Look at it go. And then, yeah, so you see that redstone there, that observer's powering. So it'll get here. Bloop. Oh, so it does stop anyways. So yeah, it does hit this, but it's too hard to push. Okay, so it turns around. Dang, you built that fast. Thank you, Sheaf. I'm very smart. Oh my god! So it's worth noting that he only builds this with powered rails, except for the corners. There are no unpowered rails in this entire thing. So that has gates. We've got those. We have all of the, whatever those are called, the detector rails. Oh, I didn't see this. I didn't see these little sneaky ones. Now that's fine. I've got extra spruce on me. So how would I even start building this? Let's maybe start here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34. Technically 35. And this is 24, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12, 18, 24. So we make a ground section that is facing east. Remember, it has to face east. That is 24 wide and 35 long. Closed captions always has a great time with the counting. Awesome. All right, so I guess I'm going to assume that between what we've laid out and what we have in the shulker boxes already is more than enough to construct this. And I'm very excited. So the next thing we need to do is find an area to place it. I know the approximate like zone, if you will. These all have stuff in them, except for you. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to bring a bunch of buckets with me, which again, I already have, but you know what I mean. Congrats. You are now the bucket box. I could use more. Make my life so much easier if I just had a bajillion buckets, right? Perfect. Well, 29 is technically 2 more than the shulker could fit, so let's do that. That's a number that makes sense to me. You could use that canal box. The canal box only has 9 buckets in it. It's dead to me. All right. You know, I wrote this song for you, chat. East. God. East. So if I had it here. Yeah, good start. Okay. Imagine this is going to be the largest of the farms that we make. So things that I want to make sure doesn't happen. I want to make sure it doesn't end up at any point in the snow. I think the snow would be bad. You think it would work for bamboo? I don't. Not without some modifications, because bamboo gets too tall, and there's just more efficient designs for bamboo. You could do a flying machine, but the main way this farm works, Chronicler, is catching the products as they fall in the flying machine. And because the height of bamboo doesn't make sense, and if you're restricting the height, you're not really letting bamboo do what bamboo does, which is get tall. So just like a flying machine that knocks it over and mine carts going underneath, which is a fairly standard design, I think would be significantly more efficient. There. There. Good. "24 wide. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 13, man. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. And let's go 4 blocks this way. One, two, I should have put 24 blocks in my hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 21, 22, 23, 20. My God, I'm such a good counter. Can you believe it? All right, now we want 35, right? All right. Oh, neat. This isn't actually as big as I thought it was going to be. I was worried it was going to be ginormous. Actually, the other thing we can do. I know we're going to have some shame chests from this project. I also know that we have a dirt box. You know what? I'm going to start collecting these seeds because I do have a plan for a ginormous wheat farm at some point. We're not there yet, but you know. Oh, secret cave. This is extremely satisfying, by the way. Just watching this entire hill melt. Oh. I'm actually really lucky that the dirt was this deep here, because this would have been a lot less pleasant to dig through. Had it been solid stone, we had the conversation about, do we get a beacon? And of course, as a dwarf, we're extremely bougie. We haven't had to do it yet, but remember that we had a rule previously when we were playing on this server that we never reuse a beacon. Any beacon we place is permanent. That was a good time. All right, let's go just a little bit further here. I'm going to assume that this is perfect. Fascinating. Oh, it's close. Some uncountable number. Honestly, kind of odd. No idea what that number could be, though. One of these days we should go mining. We're getting kind of redstone poor. So I wonder how redstone poor I am. I am curious. It's seriously a superpower. Or a super curse, you know, who knows? So I might have some redstone on me. Give me a second. Let's get distracted just for half a second here. Oh, I just realized something. The 24 by 35 includes those blocks. So what I should technically do, ooh, I'm very full. What I should technically do is move this out by 1 so it's a border of the exterior, as opposed to currently this is the footprint of it. Well, I could build on top of it, right? I can make this the ground layer and I can have everything up by 1. What's the advantage of that? I don't know. What's the disadvantage of that? I also don't know. Good question, Serge. All right, I need to check really quickly. How redstone poor am I? Hello, allies. Ow. Because, all right, so obviously we've only got this. That's not a lot of redstone, right? But I also have this. Oh, I'm mega redstone poor. Oh my god, I'm so redstone poor. Oh my god. Okay, well, we got lots of copper, which is important. Ooh, including some deep slate copper ore. What about in here? Yikes. Really figured there'd be more? Yeah, same. Same though. Is anyone selling redstone? I don't believe so. I mean, there's a good chance that James or Erica are just sitting on like 10 million of it because, you know, they dig forever and they use fortune picks and they never do anything with it. But I don't know. Check the shopping district. We're getting fully distracted now. This farm's never getting done today. By the shopping district, I just want to go and check our backup storage. You know what I'm saying? Oh, it's nighttime. Okay. That's a respectable amount of redstone. Dang. 9 redstone blocks. I mean, option number 2, don't raid farms make just absurd amounts of redstone as well, or is it mostly just emeralds? So raid farms get you emeralds, totems of undying. Yeah, they also get you a bunch of redstone. Yeah, you don't even have to make a witch farm these days. Because they have witches. Yeah. Do they have witches at better rates than witch farms? Is the question. Hmm. I mean, we could just go for a mining session, you know? Ow. You do get some, but the rates are lower. But isn't the farm just like so obscenely efficient that like, or no? It's just a dedicated witch farm better? Building a raid farm would be scope creep? I've been thinking about it. I haven't said it out loud. Oh, I can buy redstone from my clerics too. I've got 4 clerics. Yeah, like stacking raid farms aren't all that difficult either, you know? Honey blocks, 4 for a diamond. Oof. Interesting. Oh. People doing all right here. Unbreaking's getting a little low. I've gotten so distracted, by the way. we are off on something like a tangent of a tangent of a tangent at this point. Is a raid farm easier to build than a witch farm? Yes, by like 10,000 miles. Yeah, witch farms have extremely specific conditions that they have to be built in. Oh my god. It's gonna take another 6 of these. This is my store with Joe Kim here. Oh, right, my other shop. Sorry, capitalism, you know how it is. All right, item frames. Oh my god. Okay. Now it's a robot face. My golden carrots. My golden carrots. Okay. Well, goodbye. Lanterns are fine. Okay. Goodness. Do I have to refill my shops again? 24 diamonds is not nothing, though. As always, I'm very curious how Joe is doing here. So she sold out of TNT. Oh, Jojo, you're running out of rockets again? Oh. Okay, so she restocked most of her tools. Punch of chunkers kept falling into lava, so Joe's making a small fortune here. Yeah, the biggest downside to the raid farm, pardon me, the witch farm is definitely the perimeter. Agreed. Okay, so nobody is selling redstone. Nobody is selling redstone. I made 24 diamonds. Yeah. And we could talk to James about maybe buying some redstone off of him if we need some in the short term. We could also just go for a mining session. It's been a while since we just went mining. You want to go mining for a bit, chat? Mining or actually build this farm? I'm dragging my feet for the farm because I don't think I could actually get it done today. And I kind of want to get it like all in one sitting, because tomorrow we could just start, right? Like right at 9 a.m., just sit down and then build the whole day through, like get into a rhythm of it, because I don't want to kind of get into the flow and then have to stop. You know what I mean? You vote for Canal? Wait, Gunner, I got just the thing for you. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, we could do mining predictions again. It's been a while. Yeah. All right, look away. Look away as I input the combination here. All right, are your eyes closed? All right. Hey, Gunner. Gunner, guess what? Is this a canal? Wait, what have I done to this pig? No! Oh, my God. Oh, geez. All right, you go there, Canal. You go there and you think about what you did. A canal almost killed Mr. Piggy Bank the Third Esquire. Gunner! Gunner. Wow. Wow. I hope you're okay, Mr. Piggy Bank the Third Esquire. All right, look away real quick. My heart. My heart. Do we have healing potions? No. Oh, that was so scary. All right. Yeah, let's get distracted. Let's go mining. Let's get mining and let's go get ourselves a whole bunch of redstone, shall we? So I need one of these. I need Fortuna. Wait, really? I have 3 Silk Touch picks, but only 1 Fortune pick. It's fine. Oh, maybe I'm not as broke as I thought I was. Oh, I got a little bit of redstone there, but not a lot. Not a lot of redstone. Oh, wait. I also have 31. Oh, whatever. Hey, mods. it's been a very long time since we've done this. Does one of you have the ability to set up one of our, like, how do we even used to do this? You know what I mean? We used to do the like 20-minute diamond challenges or whatever. Do you know what I'm talking about? It's been a while. It was a Google form? Wow. That shows how long it's been. We're all looking at each other being like, hmm. Yeah, Deimos obviously made us the mining one, which was huge. Science bot, yes. Oh, geez. Oh, God. I wonder also how much redstone we left in the walls. There was no fall there, thank you very much. I think it's actually been like 18 months since I last stepped foot down here. Remember this? Remember we were trying to find our first diamonds? Oh, hello, little slime. We had to tunnel through all this water. Wow. The memories. Really? It's just the two. Huh. All right. So real quick, check in with the mods. Do we want to get a form up, or should we just kind of hang out and play it by ear? Oh, we can put on some music to mine too. Yes. No pressure either way. Like if it's easy, go for it. But I also kind of sprung it on you. Want to go for an over/under? It's always a good time. You're not going to set up a form in time? That's fine. Let's just hang out. All right, so let's mine for 20 or 30 minutes. I don't know. We'll see when we get roughly sick about it. Ooh, more tough is good stuff. And how much redstone do you think we're going to get? We could actually... All right, we're going to look for redstone, but let's actually make the guess for diamonds. How many diamond ore do you think we're going to get? Ooh, danger. Right, I need a bucket of water. Yeah. No worries, kids. Hey, what's up, Midnighter Night? How are you doing this fine day? How's your stream? Hope you're having a great day. We're doing a little mining. A little mining, a little crafting. Oh, come on in, friends. Good day to you. Behave me, old raiders. I really appreciate you bringing your community on by. It's very flattering. All right, so here's our first redstone. Let's collect it as ore. That's the wrong button. Let's collect it as ore. He says smashing it. Buckets. Let's switch this back. There we go. Your chat's got their halos on. My goodness. Minecraft 1.20 is really a treat. I made the cutest little building earlier today. I'm like actually really proud of myself. I think it is the cutest thing that I have ever actually made. Oh, good. Oh, I snagged you out of the air. Good job, me. Oops. Redstone. Muffin. keep on moving. Surge, we owe you one. Why is that? Surge is the one that got me hooked on Minecraft. I don't know if I should make what you should make out of that. Yeah. You're welcome, I think. What am I collecting redstone for? So I'm making an ilmango farm. There's this like super cool farm. Here, I'll drop the link in chat. That involves like collecting sugarcane with flying machines and stuff like that, which is just absolutely fascinating. And then I realized in the process of making it, we have enough redstone to make the farm itself, but I discovered that I was a little redstone broke. And then I got distracted. So we're collecting redstone because I am just that easily distractible. Sure, I will smash this iron, because why not? Aha! Good! Terrified I was going to die for a second there. Ooh. Yeah, so tomorrow, nice, we're going to make the actual farm. But for today, I'm just kind of having fun getting... Yes! Diamonds! I'm having fun just kind of getting distracted. Ooh. Very nice. All right, our first diamonds have been acquired. Right, I do need to break some stuff or else this pick won't repair itself. Ah, it's probably fine. Deep slate mining is so fast now. Is it? I mean, if you've got enchanted tools, it's manageable. I don't know if I'd ever call it fast, though. I'm still on team beacons need to be... There needs to be some combination of beacon and upgrade you could do to instant mine this stuff. Actually, here's a question. What do you think is more important? And this is like a legitimate question. If you could only have one of the two, would you rather be able to instant mine deep slate or logs for like huge amounts of tree farming? You know what I mean? Deep slate all the way, logs, why not both? I said you can only have one, hypothetical. You can push a button. All right, Mojang has the technology for both. You hit a button and you get one now and it deletes the other one and you can never have it again. Use way more wood than deep slate? Same, right? Deep slate, but you're fine without having either. Wild. No, don't give me alternatives. Don't give me alternatives. Like you can do TNT. You can technically TNT blow up deep slate as well. This is, you can set it up in such a way that you can instant mine one of those. You like the resistance of deep slate? Feels weighty? That's fair. You want vanilla chop a whole tree. Oh, yeah. Like they have been modded where you chop the bottom and it all just falls. Oh, your reasoning for deep slate is you have an alternative? That's fair. I've never actually made a TNT duping farm in vanilla either, which is another one of the things that I want to make. Hey, more diamonds. Let's go. You're in the minority, but you're totally okay with not being able to instant mine it. I mean, I don't know. It depends. It depends where I'm at emotionally, Avi. when I have to do a little bit of mining, like this isn't too bad. I don't need to be able to instant mine through this. But when I have a ginormous room to clear, and I'm just like, oh my goodness. Why am I like this, right? That's when I kind of wish there was an alternative. I mean, the other question... Oh, I'm underneath one of my beacons. Oh, that's why we're going so fast. I'm still in my base. That's why it's fast, lol. Okay, we thought we were going fast, but it turns out we're actually still just in beacon range. So tempted to make a TNT drooping farm. So I believe for the museum, I'm absolutely going to need to make one. I don't think I'm going to be able to successfully... Well, I guess we found one of the beacons. No wonder I said we were going fast. Wow. Also, what are the chances? Like, actually, what are the chances that we hit it like this? Huh. That's kind of weird to me. Oh, that's a lot of gravel. Planned ahead for once. Oh yeah, clearly calculated. Hey. I was kind of hoping that this was the case. That I had mined a bunch and just ignored redstone in the past. You almost thought it was a slime at first? I kind of did too, to be honest. Yes. Hadouken. There we are. There was redstone a few blocks back. What do you mean by a few blocks back, Corvus? Sorry, because I just went in a bunch of different directions. So in one of the different tunnels, in one of the caves. I need you to be very specific. Typing too slow, whoopsie. Yeah, it's all good. Did I end up finding it or no? Go left 4 rooms ago? Yeah, that's the old joke, yeah. Hey! Wait, that's it? Just the 2? Hey! I feel like this might be our first actual proper mining session back in 1.20 as well, which is kind of fun. Uh-oh. Is this what I think it is? Uh-oh! It might be. We might have found an iron vein. Oh, we've absolutely found an iron vein. Yep. Do I want this much iron? I really don't. I really don't. Oh man, how many levels of distracted am I on, my dude? I don't need this much iron. I don't. I'll grab the surface stuff as we go through. Well, like Dan has an iron farm. We can just buy iron. So like in this case, it's so much fun to mine them out, but no. No. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it, chat. God, it's so just huge though. Ooh, all right, instantly rewarded. I'm not mining it out. What I am doing though is grabbing all of the, I'm not going to pass visible iron. Oh God. Okay. Oh God. This might be a sign it's time to turn around and go in literally any other direction. When you start hitting silverfish, you've made, it's time to question your life choices. Could we hit emeralds first? I think we're too deep for emeralds. Can somebody hit exclamation orgen in the chat? Already found. I haven't found all of the armor trims yet. No. So yeah, emerald stops at -16, and we're way down here, so we can't possibly get emerald. We just get silverfish, no emerald. The beacon was emerald. All right, you win this round, Avi. We did. All right. We did, in fact, find emerald down at this level. You win. All right. Is the origin the same since 1.618? I believe so. I don't think that's changed, Gunnar. This looks to me like another iron vein. Wow. You think it's the same one? I feel like we're pretty far. I'd be shocked if it's the same one, because the other one was like way back there, right? You think it did such a big curve? Maybe. Maybe. You off to bed? Yo, good night, kits. You can get hundreds of blocks long. I mean, I have completely mined one out before, and it's wild how long it takes. Only one way to find out? Bad chat. I'm already distractible enough as it is. I need redstone. Ooh. A chat. For those of you who are fans of variety content, if you haven't already in the chat, thank you for 100 distraction biddies. If you haven't already in the Discord, we have a community vote up right now for the next variety game we're going to play this weekend. And the two options are, I was going to say Sunless Skies, Forever Skies. Is that what it's called? Oh, heck. Forever Skies and Dave the Diver are the two options we have for variety games right now. So Forever Skies is sort of like the new Subnautica-ish game where Earth is ruined and you have to fly an airship from like the top of skyscrapers to skyscrapers. So it's got kind of like a survivalish world similar to Raft or Subnautica and stuff like that. Dave the Diver is a third-person. Imagine the gameplay loop of like Moonlighter, where by day you're a scuba diver and you go underwater and you have like a spear gun, and you have adventures, and at night you run a sushi restaurant. And so Dave the Diver actually had its full release today, whereas Forever Sky is still in early access. But if you have a preference as to one of those games or both of those games even, go throw some votes in Discord. Hey, have a good one, Corvus. You got an ad for Star Citizen today. Is Star Citizen the game that's out, or the game that's been in development for like $300 million in 18 years? I can never remember what game that one is. Is it an isekai? I don't think either of those games is an isekai. I think you are native to the world in both of those scenarios. Yay, more redstone. Is going underwater an isekai? Only if you get hit by a truck and then you wake up in an underwater world. I think simply going underwater doesn't quite count. I haven't actually seen anybody who's approached to going underwater as like a portal fantasy. You know what I mean? I haven't, you know, which is not to say that it doesn't happen, but my expectation is not that, no, that would not be an isekai. Depends on how the author frames it, yeah. Aha! I was really hoping if I explored I'd find some redstone. Anything else up here? Hello? Any redstone? Any redstoners in the cave? Ooh. Ooh. I think they're after me. Operation Cave and find redstone. Medium success so far. Very medium success so far. Is the moon base an isekai? It could be. It's a good question. What do we have to get hit by in order to wake up in the moon base? I missed redstone? Lol. Do you mean the one in the ceiling up there? Or like in any of the caves? Because I passed just that one bit. Look at this Chad zombie. You fall off a sea cliff and wake up in the moon base. All right, so the only redstone I think I missed was that. Correct me if I'm mistaken. I think that's the only one we've missed so far. But I kind of had to make this place safer. Skeleton, leave me alone. Where are you? There we go. Like, how am I even supposed to get that? Ugh. Desert Bus is an isekai. You can't convince me otherwise. I don't know. I've both read a lot of isekais and done a lot of Desert Bus. And I gotta say, I'd be pretty disappointed if I got hit by Truck-kun, how you pronounce that word, and all I got out of it was Desert Bus. Did I get like a magic system or anything? Like, congratulations, you get to drive this bus for 8 hours, and then I get to go home? No. Oh God, no. Hey, look, a spawner. That's exciting. One time other side? Oh. 13. Boo. It is always exciting to find those little spawner dungeons underground, though. How about this way? Okay. Now, no way you're going to tell me this is the same iron vein. Nah, I don't believe you. They're just everywhere. The Desert Bus magic system is the friends you made along the way. Boo. This is a lot of skeletons. Oh, this is actually a lot of mobs. Please stop hitting me. Goodness. All right, caving, dangerous, not even particularly lucrative. Going back to branch mining. Cool jump. You did loop back on yourself while exploring caves? Yeah, but that's just surface area. I don't know. Like, I don't see that as being a downside as caving. I think of that as like efficiently caving, you know? Because you're following all the paths and you're seeing as many exposed rocks as you can. So yeah, I believe we were on the opposite side here. Ow. The caving is exciting. What? And branch mining isn't? I'm shocked. Shocked, Twitch chat. This is another... Oh my God, that's so funny. All right, I'm taking that. That's another vein. Potentially the same vein. No, that's impossible. So there... Yeah, no way this is the same one. How far was the other one? And the other one was like here, right? You absolutely think it is. All right, we're what is this? This is x equals 60. That's 200 blocks. No, 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 no. They're big, but they're not that big. They're not that big. Bring up the wiki. Oh crap, that is big. In some cases, more than 2,000 of a particular ore can be found. So it turns out the new ore veins are huge. Yeah. I don't know. I'm still on team. They're not the same. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna run back. Actually, no. We're gonna mine our way back. Wait, no, then we won't know when we're there. How did I do, by the way? All of this work and I don't even have... No, I can't. No, we're not done yet. We can't be done yet. I don't even... I got nothing. I have nothing to show for all this time. It's because people keep distracting me. There's the problem. A little bit more. Hi, enemy kitty. It turns out that there can be a lot of mineral blocks in a vein. How much of it depends on how it's oriented. Oh, Gunner. You went from medium successful to nothing all of a sudden? I know. Pardon me. 1, 2, 3. Wait, no, I won't know when I'm done. Buckets. Because I didn't mine out the far end of this tunnel. I don't actually know how far I would go, and I don't want to shoot it, you know? Overshoot it, rather. Holy moly, we dug for a while, is the answer, apparently. Well, we went through half our torches, so that's a good sign. Keep going just a little bit further so that we have a backstop now, you know what I mean? All right, onward. More redstone. Goodbye, little blast of propaganda. All right, Snurge. That's a good line. It's a good line. Little blast of propaganda is very funny to me. You know, just a little blast as a treat. Oh, there's redstone over there. snagged you out of the air. Nice. The founder of Jaegerdyne would find that funny. Well, that is Snurge. So, you know. I'm sure Snurge is very proud of that company and all that it's achieved. Jaegerdyne Industries is also just a very good name for like a secret underground corp, you know? No claw haters. I'm assuming that Snurge is talking about Slay the Spire there. Not cats. You don't know what that is? Oh man, Slay the Spire is phenomenal. It's a very, very good video game is what it is. Jaegerville's also a pretty good town name. Interesting. Good mouthfeel. How do you evaluate a good town name? Like I saw a fascinating video on evaluating country flags, and they had, you know, they had good criteria on how to evaluate them, what made them good, what made them bad. How do you evaluate, you know, a good town name? Ooh. Slay the Spire basically started an entire trend of X system with card and deck building. Yeah. Was Slay the Spire like the first card building, like deck building roguelike, or no? Town names in your area, just descriptions of soil type. Barren Valley. Fertilesvilles. I don't know. Damp and mossy. So the Spire was definitely the most popular of the early ones. Yeah, because you can definitely see its inspirations, especially when it comes to games that pick... I mean, man. Can Slay the Spire claim credit for the like... Can, like, Slay the Spire claim credit for this or whatever? You know what I mean? Oh, FTL may have come first, right? Yeah. Not the stars, but I'm talking about particularly, like, the pathing system. FTL popularized it, thank you. No, good call, for sure. A bunch of old Flash games had that as well. Slay the Spire was the most complex of its type and really kicked things off. That's fair. I'm honestly pretty proud of how that turned out. I think that, other than that line, like, that looks kind of cool. Looks like somebody who's obviously played the genre before. FTL was less explicit about it, but that's fair. Well, FTL was also non-linear, right? Like, FTL almost kind of felt like Stellaris, because there's a lot of backtracking, there's a lot of going in circles. It wasn't linear, because with Slay the Spire, you have one starting point. Oh, that's not true. Pardon me. You have multiple starting points and one final destination. So it's almost like a Bethesda dialogue tree in that respect. I should play more Slay the Spire. It's been a while. You know what I've been playing a lot of offline is actually D4. And by a lot of it offline, I mean I'm not even done like the main campaign yet. I'm only level 39. I've been having a good time. While I was on vacation, I got so many emails for like other games to check out because of Steam Next Fest and demos and whatever. And all of a sudden the idea of like, yeah, let's go back and replay an old game. I just like sent a shudder. Like, oh. There are so many games these days. Oh, my love. I don't even have a beacon. Oh, did you kick the door? Oh, poor Jojo. It is nice to be a little bit spoiled for choice in terms of games to play, but sometimes it gets a tad bit overwhelming. Oh, hello. All right, a little bit more redstone, please. Want a couple of good pockets of redstone. Yes. Before we get to the beacon, please and thank you. I don't ask for much. Just lots and lots of redstone. That's a bad block to be using. Nice. Yeah. Perfect. Time Slay the Spire came out was a huge factor for its rise in the middle of a lull of big game releases. Oh, interesting. Right, I guess there's certainly like a boom bust cycle in terms of game releases as well. It's amazing, like, the staying power that game has had as well. Like, it's just still so beloved, you know? Hey! All right. That'll do it for our adventure here. So we managed to get another half a stack. I think it's going to get us 2 full stacks of redstone. And if I break that, I believe you get, like, 4 or 5 redstone with Fortune 3 per one that you smash. That'll be okay. Villager trades be more efficient? Not necessarily, because each villager will only trade you, I think it's like 8 or 16 redstone at a time, and they max out at 2 trades per day. So a day in Minecraft is 8 minutes, plus you have to sleep. And then there's like a cooldown period before it goes. So unless you really, really, really scale up villagers, it's 12 per, 48 per day. Wait, hold on. 12 at 2 per. Sorry. Wouldn't that be 24 per day? I'm confused. I mean, yeah, we could show it right now, right? What if I picked all the redstone in this area? Fine. $12 trades of 2. Oh, okay. You can get 25 per day per one, yeah. So yeah, heading to the villager trading area. Actually, it'd be really funny if this gets us literally the exact same amount. So there you go. There's a stack and a half. Then... Actually, I can use this as an opportunity to repair my tools. So yeah, then you do the second round of trades. They are now locked out for the day. So I got 3 stacks of redstone, and then you have to wait. It's probably 10 minutes per loop. So we would get, for every 10 minutes, we'd get 3 stacks. And now, mind you, we just mined for 40 minutes. I don't know if all of a sudden I get to be like, and look at how much more efficient I am. So we mined for 40 minutes because we started just about 1 o'clock. And then let's stack all this and see how we did, you know? Got almost exactly 2 stacks. Simply add 50 more villagers. I mean, you're not wrong. Ooh, Joe brought me a coffee. It's a nice coffee. So we just got a brand new coffee grinder, and it's interesting to sort of try and dial it in. Is that the same coffee you had this morning, sweetie? Okay. Is it supposed to be one of the really fruity ones? What is this coffee? Oh, this is the Fernwood. Okay, because we're still figuring it out. Yeah. No worries. $10 minutes give you 3 stacks. You want 40 minutes to give you at least 12 stacks? Yeah, we'll find out. I don't know. I also don't know if I was particularly lucky with that. And keep in mind that mining also got us diamonds and gold and like everything that we get out of that is still usable. So it's like not necessarily just in isolation. But yeah, if you really want villagers from if you really want redstone, you make a witch farm. Like that is the answer, period. Yeah, close second would be a raid farm. Hi, Enemy Kitty. Yeah, I might have a bit of a shorter day today. I've been so busy since I got back. All right, let's see how we did anyways, though. I can't even hold everything. How'd we do? That's so funny. That's 12 stacks. Actually, you'll find it slightly more efficient because it's 12 stacks and 2. Around even, except I also got a bunch of other stuff. But yeah, about even, you know? But I also got diamonds. Yeah, the fact that it hit like the exact same numbers cracks me up. And yeah, that's very funny. And we found the location of a couple of iron veins. Iron veins, also true. God, that's so funny to me. Where do my tools go? I think they go in here. No, it just goes right here. Also means you got an average of 6 per ore. That does make sense. I thought it was going to be 4 or 5, but I was trying to be conservative when I said that. You off? Have a good one, weekend, Jedi. Ow. Ooh, you know what we haven't done in 10,000 years? We haven't tried just putting this in and making sure everything goes to its home. I can't remember if it also did... I don't think it does mixed blocks. I think everything has to go into shulkers. So I think I do this. And I hit the button. And then it goes up into there. They get loaded and unloaded. And did you deposit both? No, of course you didn't. That would have been too fast. How many episodes until Serge unwrapped his present? Oh, what do you mean, SK Ren? Are you doing spoilers? Is there a secret that I'm not supposed to know about? How many episodes back to unwrap the present? You would have seen it. The giant diorite thing. That was the first episode. If you're talking about what I think you're talking about. Otherwise, I have no idea. We unwrapped the diorite box on 9 o'clock. If that's what you were talking about. All right. Condense. I mean, that's not bad. I mean, that also goes to show just how much redstone James has, you know? That was weeks ago at this point. Yeah, it's true. Ages and ages ago. I guess I have a different box for iron? I do have a different box for iron. Wow. I wonder if I should smash my, I wonder if I should smash these diamonds. I'm kind of diamond rich. I'm just like getting a little bit embarrassed by how low this is. But I guess it's not that bad considering I have an entire stack of diamond blocks in that other room. You know what? I don't need them in here, do I? It's just more impressive if I have them in this box, right? There we go. There we go. Now I look like I'm reasonably wealthy. I feel better now. I was worried that people were watching me and judging me. Where do my shulker boxes come out of when they're done? Do they automatically get deposited here? I think they do. I think there's a hopper there. Yeah, there is absolutely a hopper there. Okay, good. All right, in that case, I think we're gonna call it pretty quick here. Let's go back and take one last look at the 9 o'clock base that I made because I'm so proud of it. But otherwise, I'm tuckered. I think we're gonna do a shorter stream today. Apologies, friends. Yeah, tomorrow let's get a fresh start and let's just do redstone all day because I think, yeah, starting a redstone project halfway through the day I think is just bad for my brain. But we got so much done today. I'm really happy about that. And I feel like we're in a pretty good spot to just crush this entire farm. Now, here's a question for tomorrow. Should I, between streams, should I try and set up Limetica now? And we should try and make that our first Limetica build? Or because that one's kind of easy, should we give it a try on like a more complicated farm later on? Like when I do a TNT duping tree farm, I'm almost certainly going to want to use Limetica for that, you know? Curious. It's easy to practice on something simpler with a tool you haven't used. That's a good call. Limetica might have issues with Optifine. Oh no, that's not good. Well, what a wonderful day we've had today, friends. I'm so pleased. I'm so pleased with how this came together, by the way. You can take a look at it between streams and make the decision. Yeah, that's fair. I'm suddenly kind of wishing that I made like a little hole there and then had like a waterfall running down to another pond, but I'm not going to add that today. I think even just having this pond, oh, I should have grabbed lily pads or something. That's fine. That's something we can add at 9 o'clock. Oh, look at this place. I think this is easily the cutest build I've ever made. It doesn't have the same like grandeur or imposing room. Like I obviously love the storage room for the Dwarven Keep, but like this just feels so complete. You know what I mean? All right, let's call it there. Friends, thanks for hanging out. This has been a delightful day. I like you a whole bunch. I'm going to do some research and figure out if I can make Limatica work, and if not, I can always like disable Optifine for a day or whatever. It's interesting though, because I know that a lot of the hermits, for example, or other content creators use Limatica, and they also use other stuff, so that we might be able to find some way to make those work together. But I digress. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for the positivity. Thank you for the support as well. It does mean a whole bunch. I'll be back tomorrow at 9 a.m. doing Redstone all day. So if that's your jam, come hang out. And then if you haven't already and you're in the Discord, go vote on if you want to see Forever Skies or Dave the Diver for a variety of content this weekend, because I'm excited to check that out as well. Thank you to Anime Kitty. You can't see it here, but in the other chat, she linked to the YouTube. If you ever missed anything, Joe works super hard to get everything up on YouTube. And I could not do this without all of her support. And of course, thank you to the mods for being the wonderful people that you are. Couldn't do this without you as well. Hote. We're going to raid Adam. We're going to raid Adam this time, and he's not getting away with it. All right? So we're going to go to a very different kind of vibe here. My buddy Adam is an absolute delight. He is doing a new 365 challenge and playing Street Fighter 6 and is getting really good at it. So Adam is absolutely delightful, but will say bad words like butts. I tend to be very family friendly. Content warning aside, I have nothing but good things to say about Adam. His mentality when it comes to approaching really challenging games, the way that he pushes himself and examines himself, it's all phenomenal. And there's a lot of important lessons to learn there, even if he does it by saying the bad word every now and then. So go say hello, go make a new friend. He is the Boshi, it's true. Yeah, go make a new friend. Thanks, everybody. Ciao.